Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children cry for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibaba, kilibaba, kilibaba. Kilibaba, kilibaba, kilibaba. What I want? Yes, I do about today. Spoon TV. Yes, I do about today. Spoon TV. Skiddy
From the CEO's been with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Bend. Charges on the beat. To get your information. To be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon regulation. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. Starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO's band coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Bend. Charges on the beat.
To get your information. To the spoon, to be part of our discussion. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, you back today. Spoon TV. Yes, you back today. Spoon TV. Spoon.
The special one from the CEOs, Van Tunnel with the Spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, you back today.
Yes, I. A special one from the CEOs, Van Tunnel with the Spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on crunchy like my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? This one you got today.
Spoon TV.
This one you got today.
Spoon TV. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on crunchy like my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba.
A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you know. If the children cry for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kebab, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah.
One from the CEOs, Van Tunnel with the Spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
To spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you know. If the children cry for starvation.
E. Bussionary said in a quote, "Be wise today so that you don't cry tomorrow." It's yet another day, a pleasant way to welcome you to Spoon Talk, the beacon of hope, the fountain of beautiful broadcasting for this dispensation and dispensations to come. This is where you get authentic information that you can use as tools and not to abuse. It's all set. The panelists are gathering to dissect the issues of national concern. You be there to weigh in what you know about the topic that will be discussed. It's about you, it's about me, it's about all of us. And the motherland is the common denominator. My name is Rufus Divine Cannon, your sound coordinator. James Good Diplomat is on the other end. The CEO is here. And together, it's going to be fascinating discussing key national issues. From my end, good evening, CEO. And James, how you doing?
James, good day. Rufus Divine. How you doing, Divine?
God minding me. Only God can come monkey hair.
Oh. Then who can drive the fly away from the cow?
They sing God.
Hey. The God that come in the monkey head driving the fly away. But you know, as they say, fly was living before the year caught. So we'll make it someday, somehow, some way we'll make it.
Certainly.
Yeah. No man is an island. Nothing remains permanent under the sun.
Mm-hmm.
So some way, somehow we'll make it. And we'll make it, we'll be bouncing. Liberia will make it some way, somehow. Rufus. We'll rise up from the arches. We'll rise up from the arches of poverty. That we have to beg for hands out. You know, you say, please give me, please give me. But we'll make it. We have to make it. Some way, somehow. We have to make it, you know. No condition is permanent, though.
Never.
No. All fingers are not the same, but you know what? The breakthrough will come for Liberians. Breakthrough will come, and somebody will stand on Broad Street, up on Crown Hill, and say, free our lives, free our lives. Thank God Almighty. I have a job that gave me good pay. Thank God Almighty, I can go to the hospital. Well, what's that? Good day, good day. What's happening for your aunt? Can you tell your roommate good day? Good day, get roommate though. Let's take good day off. The man talking to your roommate. Yeah, you heard the song, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but Rufus, what's happening in the country, man? What's happening, Rufus?
Lots of interesting developments, for national issues concerning
Yeah,
politics. As
yeah.
usual, as you people dive into politics, the CPP, the CDC is gearing up for a mass rally, which of course the 17th has been
CDC or
said.
CPP?
CDC,
CDC
and
doing rally too?
oh yes,
Now
for the
they
re-election of President George Manuel Weah.
okay.
So
So
uh,
Rufus. They're doing rally behind the man back. No.
They're doing it when we are is back.
No. That get to the thing. So no. You know what? Don't welcome the folks because Rufus.
CDC rather is not after beyond we are. It's when we are is in the country.
No. We asking for correction, please. Correction. We asking for correction. They're doing the rally beyond President. We are back.
No.
The 17th, I guess the president will be here.
No, he won't. If you look at the schedule, the president should be in Liberia on the 19th. I mean, the president council, he got to get so many people. Oh, Joe, Jim, hold on now. We know you're a CDC like your CEO. Hold on. I know what people can say. Hold on 1 minute. But what we are saying is that if the CDC start the program on the 17th, President Weah is not there. On the 18th, no, he will be in Ghana. He'll probably be arriving somewhere around the 19th or so. As per the document, I don't know. Folks can correct us. So if President Weah is not there, but they're doing all the rally and everything, then on that Friday, they're trying to bring the entire group up to do the crowning ceremony, hail to the King George Weah. Then Saturday, that Christmas Eve, Sunday, that Christmas Day. So President Weah doing everything now to get plenty of people at Christmas. He will stay away. He got to attend the joke. But I do believe, though, I'm waiting for the group. I do believe somewhere in the president, there is a CEO is sounding low, Rufus. Why am I sounding low? Rufus.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they say I'm sounding low, my man. Why? I'm sounding low. I'm begging you.
You better.
Yeah, I'm super. But somewhere in the president, somewhere around his trip schedule, I do believe that some kind of changes will be made because something happening right now that calling for full attention. The president will leave and come to the United States. And another question, James, will this president be meeting Joe Biden? He would just be a Monday number that will come and just take a picture and go. We got to talk about this. Will this person be meeting Joe Biden? And they think, man, let me take a picture quick now. My people looking at me. Let me take a picture quick. Is that how it's going to be?
Megan thought all.
But man, what you can talk about? James, you're making this thing something. What do you mean you can talk all?
But the issue there, President Weah is expected to meet with Biden, right? That is a classroom meeting. A classroom meeting. Where
the president that's the message I'm getting out. He's going to meet with Biden and he's going to meet with Kamala Harris.
I'm saying the meeting is going to be like a classroom meeting where all of the students will be seated and then a professor will be speaking.
So who the professor?
Biden.
So there is no one-on-one meeting.
No.
There is no one-on-one engagement that you will meet Kamala Harris either, the vice president.
The probability of a one-on-one with the president or the vice president is like 80 80% impossible.
Oh, they said they're picking thing on you like, bro. You what they met check out reverse. They met pull out in situation he check her. So the probability of President we are meeting having a one-on-one conversation with Joe Biden is negative 80%.
Yes, with few reasons.
What are your reasons?
One, President Weah, that is the government of Liberia is currently not doing what they should have been doing, what Ellen did yesterday. But now there should be team in the U.S. negotiating these one-on-one meetings with the president.
But who told you that they don't have a team? Foreign missions, people going ahead. Who told you?
We have the foreign minister who is.
I mean, the foreign minister not coming. They say the foreign minister not coming. Eugene Nangbe not coming. They say
the foreign minister is right now.
Hold on. Let me give you the information. Hold on 1 minute, James. They're still trying to negotiate ways for the foreign minister to come. Let me be correct. They're trying to negotiate ways for the foreign minister to come. With everything that is happening, they say probably the foreign minister won't be here. They're trying to negotiate. We asked about Eugene Nangwe. They both say, who they got Eugene Nangwe? We say Commissioner Buzz. They say, we don't know about the maritime guy. Maritime commissioner. They say, we don't know. There's no definite answer as to whether he's going to be here. We asked a lot of names who presented, and some of them would not be here, you know. So if the foreign minister is not coming, Eugene Nangwe is not coming, if it is true, and I want to tell you that, hold on 1 minute. I want to tell you that at the end of the day, the other guy can give me a hot tub. I'll send you the link, my man. If it is true that these people are not coming, it means that President Joe Biden, where I go on there, look at it and just check up. You understand, man? All my men and I around me about Samuel Toy had an accident. He's sick. Probably he will not be here. You know, all the gloom. That's what will be around President where, you know, and other people then they're gonna stop you guys from coming. We got a whole information, you know, and you want to tell President where I know will be over there.
Kalasco will be there.
I mean, I don't talk about Kalasco, man. Kalasco is not a what are you talking about Kalasco? Kalasco is not somebody that can represent Liberia. Kalasco holding Joe Biden we are bag and answering his cell phone. We're talking about Kalasco, man. So there's no way we will have a serious conversation talking to folks that represent Liberia you call Kalasco. What Kalasco job title? Yo, what's the job title? No, people can get fast. I'm asking a fun question.
Special aid to the president.
Special aid. So he will be there as an aide to President Weah. That's it. He's not representing the country interest. He's not a diplomat. He does not negotiate issue when you talk about Liberia and America. Kalasco is to open the door for Joe Weah and answer Joe Weah's cell phone. That's it. You hold Joe Weah back, you know, and he made big more on Facebook. That's it. Kalasco is my picking. No disrespect to him, and good for him. I mean, that's where he belongs. So, but I want to say you're not answering the question because I know you know what's up, but you got to understand that at the end of the day, we got to be very, 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 very strict on this show tonight. And we asking everybody, if you guys know whether Joe Biden will meet Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, please let us know. Good is saying negative 80%. And, you know, he said negative. Love, welcome Kev Hassan to the show. Kev Hassan, my man, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. We'll be talking about we'll be having a full discussion on what is happening from the Youth and Sport Ministry today. This Zoga Wilson, the communication is around CPP put in their request, you know, and it's happened that they took CPP money. The Ministry of Youth and Sport received CPP money and so you'll have your rider on this spot. You sign the paper. And later on today, they say, you know what, we're not going to give you guys the spot. You don't have your rider here. You'll find somewhere else to go. So CPP said, well, you took our money. They said, can't get your money back. So we have those documents. But I was able to reach out to Zoka Wilson and ask him. And I think he was fair enough to explain what was happening, you know. So CPP today, they say they're sending George Wisner to speak on this issue because they are mad. And then on Saturday, Louis Brown will be joining us on Saturday. So CPP sending George Wisner to speak on this issue today. And we'll discuss other trending national issues. This is what we do best. So guys, let's have a wonderful show. Kev, you want to say something, my friend? You know my brother, no more you my friend. You want to say something, my friend?
Yeah, I'll loud one.
I mean, don't worry about wife, but don't ask for her. But you're my son and friend, and let's do the show.
That one, I just need to ask for.
You still need to ask for her. You see, that's the trouble I get. But Kev, I mean, why you get CPP, this SKD, they take it from them. You took their money, you charge them $3,500, they pay $2,000. Then you turn around and say, we're not giving this thing to you guys. Why?
Don't mind the CPP. They're always doing things. They went behind the back. They do it to
no. I'm going to bring George Wisner, Kev. I will hold you right there. This is not Jade. We have the receipt. Okay, is this receipt, Kev? This receipt, Minister of Youth and Sport. Is this a Jade? Collaborating with
the unauthorized person, man. The unauthorized. They know they know.
No, Kev, my man. Now let me go through the phone, the computer here and handle you. You're gonna call this unauthorized individual?
Yes, sir.
You cannot say that, Kev.
It's unauthorized.
What make this unauthorized? Anyway, do your closing. I know you're gonna be fine with that.
Unauthorized individual, they went through, they received their letter to go and pick up their money. But listen, CEO, not only the CPP, the CDC too. The CDC too, some other company too. So not only the CDC is supposed to have a program, and this month, the Youth and Sport said no, it's under renovation. So it's not one side. So we were ready to storm the SKD stadium this December on the 20th. The Youth and Sport said no.
No, Kev. Let's work on the guy. Just do your 30-second intro because this is getting interesting. I don't want us to just start like this because I think with all the documents we have received, and I will call Zoga Wilson because these guys are mad, and I will call Zoga Wilson if I have to.
Sure.
All right, somebody, George, welcome, George. Hey, George Wilson, my man. I mean, what's going on with your camera, my man? When I see your head and
people get record of playing with documents. So they go take the money. They know exactly when they will pick up the money.
So tomorrow, George, you've been following this story today. CPP paid their money. They promised them that they will be having a rally at the SKD. We got videos. We got documents to show. And kept saying Tabata that the people then can finger documents so that unauthorized person sign that receipt. Georgie.
Well, good afternoon to everyone in Radio's land, television, wherever you are. The ball is in the court of the Minister of Youth and Sports now because the documents I saw, money was paid to the Minister of Youth and Sports. So they're under obligation to grant the public facility to be used by the Liberian people. It's not because there's a government in power so that the public facilities belong to them. Once you pay the required fees, you have the right to use it. Because government goes and government come and goes, so it's a time the public facilities should be given to the people to use. So the Minister of Youth and Sports will have to answer the question of who he granted permission to use the facility. So we'll wait a year for him. But for now, I know I saw documents where money was paid. So let's see what happens.
But Georgie, though, to a point, the argument as the Kev is holding right now on authorized individual sign the receipt.
Who cares? The Minister of Youth and Sports, so they'll deal with the internal problem. I mean, so who cares? when you say Minister of Youth and Sports, who cares? The Minister of Youth and Sports, so they'll deal with that
Okay,
person.
why you say unauthorized person? Is that person not working for the Youth and Sport Ministry? Are they not working for the ministry though?
There's a process you have to go through. If the acting minister and unaware, the minister and proper unaware, folks within there unaware, it's become unauthorized because you have to go through a certain channel. So if they are not aware of what's going on and fully knowing that the stadium is under renovation, when I saw, like I said, when I saw, I think it was last week, when Zoka said that CDC will not use it, I called him up. I said, "Why, my man?" He said, "My man, the place under renovation last week." It was last week I called Zoka. I said, "What happened?" He said the same thing. He said, "No, the CDC cannot have it there." I said, "Wow, Diesel." When I called him last week. So
that's not true, Kev. That's not true. You didn't call Zoka. You didn't call Zoka last week.
I spoke to the man and he even sent me stuff to show that they under. But call Zoka, ask him. Call Zoka and ask him. Call him.
No,
let me just recognize the Honorable Larry P. Yankwe. Honorable Yankwe, good evening, and happy to have you watching us live.
Yeah, so it's something that is not meant for CPP. We'll have to say. I personally called Diesel. I said, "Diesel, why we're not having?" He said, "My man, the place is not ready. It's not ready yet." He said, "Everybody's saying the stadium should be good. Why should I allow people to go to the stadium and the stadium is not ready yet?" Everybody,
okay, so
it's not ready.
So let me, Josh Wisner, are you in your car, man? Why couldn't you go to the studio, man?
That is Cynthia again.
Josh Wisner.
But I thought when you go to the ANC office,
man, you gotta get kid man vibes though.
You're wasting your time. You better let carry our show. You're wasting your time.
Well, in the meantime, meanwhile, I know we'll talk later on, but I listened to the interview on the BBC interview with
my man. No, don't do that. Don't spoil our show, man. Hey, man, you be off, my man. No, you're off angle, man. Don't do that, man. It's time about time, man. We'll play that. I know you want to talk about the Dillon interview. We'll discuss it.
You not going on a spin he gave to?
No, yeah, we'll discuss it. But let take that.
Let me ask you, why one side is a spin, the other side is you believe that?
So the president bringing one.
Let's stick on our topic, please. Let's stick on our topic.
You need to move from.
You remember when I spoke to you, Sir Thomas and George, about George Wisner coming on? That's what I was saying. The CPP sent George Wisner, then you get internet problem. Whole big CPPO send George Wisner, you get internet problem. What's this, man?
I just told you, they're always doing things that way. They don't come straight. If this thing was serious, they will be to the office, get internet, or come to the studio. But they themselves know that it's not serious.
So, somebody, what you want me to say? You texted me. What you want me to say? I mean, George Wisner waiting for you and the Megan come.
Let's move on to serious business. We no longer Monrovia will no longer be a dark city. Let's talk about it.
But in that part of our talking point, you didn't send it. You didn't send it to the desk. Don't further just start conversation. No. Kev, stop. Kev. You see why I stopped somebody, George? I will stop you. Kev. You see why I stopped somebody, George? You see why I stopped somebody, George? I will stop you, bro. That ain't a conversation we're having tonight. That we can see the light in the city. Don't bring about there with no move. You get light in the city before you say, Joe was not kidding. He went off again.
You saw him today.
I see anything today, though. I was at work. I see anything today. No, don't say to me. You and myself, I'm talking. We caught him there. Georgie, let me ask you a question, though. Seriously, and the rest of the guys coming, P. Bally, Fagon, I think Mariah, Dr. Richardson is working today. Let's welcome our folks. After all the playing around, let's welcome our folks. Want to welcome trending issue in Liberia. Want to welcome Valentine Precious, Sangé Abu Sangari, Abu Bakar Sadiq, Marcus Doe, SD Dunn, Lord Chima. Let's welcome everybody that's joining us right now because it's important that we do so. The Honorable Larry P. Youngcoy, Vera Lepin, Anita, Kui Kanen, Saki Bestman. Let's welcome everybody, guys. You can join. Georgie, who are you welcoming today?
I see my son's auntie, Valentine Precious. I see Robert Gibson. I see Queen Monique Walker. I see Tanu Jala, Edwina Shopper. I see Ben Vonzia. I see my sister Kariatu Koyabe Kari Dugle. Kari, I see for long. Vicky Koula, Saki Bestman, Joseph T. Fala, Valentino Savas, Neil Brown, Jimmy Gray, Brian Brown.
Did you send the link to
my brother sister? I see Toya Harris.
Toya Harris or Daha Sedition?
They never give us sedition. he said he participated till he died. So Toya started together in 2004.
But did you send the link to Salamat too?
Oh, let me send it.
Let me bring in Eugene Fagon, Kev Hassan.
Eugene Lamin Fagon.
George, Kev Hassan, George Winston said you should wait for him. He's coming.
Minister of Information, Fagon.
Go Fagon, come on the show and Kev turn his face down.
Fagon smart, man. Start arguing like so serious.
No, because I heard Kev that said somebody called me all the way here to say your brother ready again. I said, what he not do?
The man said the receipt was unauthorized receipt.
Okay, the one the person called me, the person said, your brother ready again. If you know your brother can cause trouble, you will come to yourself and say, what he not do again? That again mean you acknowledge that the man can cause trouble. So I asked, I said, why he not do again? They said, the man go say that the receipt was unauthorized, it's invalid. Okay, hold on a minute. The controller's signature is on something. The ministry is not denying it. So it was authorized. The authority that is to sign it. That is the controller.
No. Cap said no. Usually you cannot start the show, my man. Jam welcome. No. But Cap disagreeing with you.
I want to tell the lady that my brother not causing trouble. My brother acknowledged that the receipt is legitimate, but it was not authorized. Whose fault is it?
But let me ask your brother, because I think I heard something different. Kev, is that exactly what you said? But hold on, Kev, hold on. Let me put a receipt up. Because if you guys do this thing to CPP, it's not fair. The SKD belong to everyone. Kev, this receipt, what did you say about this receipt when I first posted it?
I cannot go and use Spoon logo without unbeknown to you. It will become unauthorized. You have to know. You, State of West, will have to know if I'm using the logo of Spoon. I can't just be passing around using Spoon.
So what about the stamp?
Hey, Eugene, get a man chance back.
So you can have the stamp, you have this, it's unauthorized. So this receipts, this amount, this 2,000, the letter already sent to the ANC to receive their money. They already get
No. We're not there. No, we're not talking about giving the money back now. That's a different lane you take it. Let's talk about this receipt. Your word you say is unauthorized.
But
the person that signed for the 1,500, I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. 2,000 United States dollars, but then they put 1,500 there. Hey, Fagon.
That 2,000 United States on the receipt.
Fagon, listen.
Yo, we know that it's not authorized. The CPP. There are people that have
No, Kev, stop. Kev,
Kev, they
Kev,
balance
they say
due.
balance. They say balance
due,
1,005.
Kev, what happened? They balance due
Listen,
is
let me
1,005.
let me see. Let's be serious now. Yes,
Look
it's
at Kev, what
balance.
happened now? You just try his
No,
No. Kev, hold on. Kev, hold on.
I was just joking.
But Kev, hold on. Kev, hold on 1 minute. Kev, hold on 1 minute. Let me ask the question I beg you. CPP 2,000 United States dollars. Use of outside space at the SKD complex on December 17, 2022. Balance, US 1,500. The person signed and they put a phone number 0886 56 9749. Now let's start the show, and I hope we can have George Whistler, and I hope his internet is correct. We'll go to the round table on this receipt. Sintumani George, to acquire Eugene and Kev Hassan. I want you to talk to me. What about this receipt that is unauthorized, Georgie?
CEO, P pass on. Let me do adjustment, please.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I got something to say.
So Fago.
Yeah. That is, can you hear me?
I beg you, Fago, hold on 1 minute. Georgie, you keep me with something. There you go. Go ahead, Fago. Go ahead.
You know, the good news here is Kev did not say the receipt is not legitimate. Kev's debate is that it was not authorized, but it bears the signature of the financial controller. It carries the headings of the Ministry of Youth and Sports. It is legitimately and legally stamped by the ministry. And I am confident, unless Kev wants to tell me otherwise, that the controller didn't just wake up and decide to operate on his own. My understanding from my own investigation, because when I posted today, I saw the Chingalinga then came on that. There is no way. Even CDC not using the complex, who are using all kind of things and see small children. The truth of the matter is, there was an authorization given, whether formally or verbally. I don't care. That controller would not have acted on his or her own. I don't want to be too specific because there is a deputy controller. But everything there is legit. Now, you issued your press release on the 30th. That receipt date is on the 24th. So you go to the Supreme Court said they will say when you took the decision and you issued your press release, it was after the fact. Therefore, the people shall proceed. And if Kev tells you that the receipt is legitimate, as he is indicating that it is legal but not authorized, it simply means someone is in trouble. That's what Kev is saying. Someone is in trouble because they were not told to do it. But they did it anyway. It's government, it's legal, it's legit. The question Kev should be, what Kev should be saying now is, what are the actions that will be taken to mitigate this situation? He's already said one to you. We wrote them to can't get that money. You think the people there finish plenty? The people even contacted me to support, and I'm going to charge $150,000 to the organizer. Look at Kev looking at me like, I'm just kidding, Kev. I never charge my librarian pool to pay me to do anything good for my country.
So, but Fagon, let's bring in Kev. You laid out a good argument. If it is true that this is only receipt, somebody signed for it. Somebody in position signed for it, Kev.
I don't mean to cut you off, but he said they should come for that money. That means somebody received it, right?
Somebody received the money. That's where I was going. So somebody signed for it. Somebody received $2,000. They gave them a receipt. They promised that it was okay, that they would use the outside. And I like how the person explained it. They said use of outside space at the SKD complex on December 17, 2022. Kev, is this receipt an unauthorized receipt?
It's unauthorized. Again, let me say this, and let me make it clear. I give you an example. The Spoon logo is not fake, but do I have the right to go around and just use it without asking, go through the proper channel without use Stentor Waterspoon? No, I don't. So if somebody can give that receipt without going through the proper channel, and something will happen, but it's unauthorized. It's unauthorized, and that's why, like when the ministry and the hierarchy in the ministry and saw the press conference and said that, they were like, "Wait a minute, with the check it was authorized," and they issue a press release, and that's why they issue a press release.
Which press release? The 30th?
Which one the press release, Kev? Because we got a couple of them.
I think I put it in. I think I put it in the chat.
All right, so let's go from the beginning, okay? I beg you guys. Let's hold on 1 minute. Kev, let's hold on 1 minute.
Yeah.
This is ANC letter. This is ANC letter to D. Zoka Wilson, November 18, I believe. I think that's the date the letter was received.
Yes.
The letter was
now
written.
you're cooking with salt now,
the letter was written on the 16th. Kev, hey, my friend, Tommy George, I want you, I beg you, you got to look at this one. It's getting interesting. This letter was written on the 16th. It was received on the 18th, 3:30. The CPP is pleased to inform you that the CPP will be holding a major rally of its partisans and supporters in Moserado County on the 17th of December 2022. The rally is expected to bring together members of the CPP national leadership, partisan and supporter from the 17th district of Moserado County. In view of the above, the CPP is requesting the use of the Samuel Canyon Dole Sport Complex facility for the holding of the upcoming rally. We look forward to your kind cooperation. Kind regards, Councillor Aloysius Toole, National Secretary General, CPP, CC National Chairman, CPP Chairperson, Tim Cummings. Guys, very fair, very simple, less than 3 paragraphs, we're moving. It was written on the 16th. It was delivered and accepted on the 18th, 3:30 p.m. On this letter, Eugene Lamy Fagon, your take.
You know, Stanton, there's some things that are indefensible. Assuming I was still in government, we will put a spin on this thing. And I mean, when I say a spin, I will pull one out of my American train bag. I will pull one out and I will be successful. I guarantee you that. But this letter was written to who? Zoga Wilson. It was written on the what? On the 16th. It was received what date? On the 18th at 3:30. So then we look at the 18th, the 19th, the 20th, the 21st. Let me use my finger. The letter was received on the 18th, day 1. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and then payment was requested for on the 24th. Are you suggesting?
No, I'll hold you there. I don't want you to say when this payment was received. You are quite correct. November 24th, 2022. Make your case, Minister Fagon.
1 week. One of the major opposition parties, 7 days after you received the letter, a total of 9 days, when this was in the air already, that this was going to happen. Okay? 7 days. Are you suggesting that people saw the letter written to the minister, and within the space of 7 days of the receipt of the letter, the minister had no knowledge that there was a request for use of the stadium? I doubt it. That's question number one. Number two, I serve as deputy minister in this government. Whenever a letter is addressed to a minister or deputy minister for that matter, it doesn't matter. Once it is something that had to do with a decision, if the minister is not available, the deputy in charge will take that decision or be asked to step up. So 7 days, a letter written to Zoga with the potential for a decision. And within the space of 7 days, Kev wants to tell me that Zoga did not know CPP wrote that ministry, as popular a political party. Two, that within the space of 7 days, this controller acted on his or her own, that within the space of 7 days, that the decision was taken to receive money, and that all of what you see is fake.
I'll hold you. I'll hold you, Fagon. I'm not even going to bring Kev in, but let me hold you to be very fair here. Yeah. Let's go back to the letter. I want to have this conversation with you. I want us to be very simple. ANC letter to Minister Wilson.
Right.
The date on the letter, the letter was written November 16, 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Where was Zoga Wilson? You tell me where was he at that time on that
I
day?
believe he was in the country.
Okay, Zoga Wilson was departing Liberia on the 16th. I don't know what time. On that day, it was written. Zoga Wilson left the country.
Right.
On the 18th, when the letter was received, I think the individual that received, or they say receive whatever it is, as you see over there, Zoga Wilson wasn't in the country.
Right.
Mr. Fagon.
Yes.
Give him the benefit of the doubt. He wasn't in the country.
Okay.
And I no. Hold on now. Hold on. Let me lay this on you. And even up to now, the first, Zoga Wilson is not in the country. Can you then say, please, for the sake of our beautiful audience, that probably Zoga Wilson didn't know about this letter?
No. Here is why I believe. And I believe I'm one of the persons on this panel that serve as a deputy minister. So I've been in the position before. The letter was addressed to Zoga Wilson.
Okay.
Having knowledge is not the same as taking a decision. I may know about something, but it doesn't necessarily mean I took the decision. Right. So then, once a letter is addressed, the SA or your secretary will call you and say, Chief, I got 3 letters here for you. You will say, what are the letters? The letters was not addressed to a deputy minister. You will say, what's in the letter? They will tell you. And then you will delegate the responsibility to someone if you're not there. Or your deputy you left in charge. The president said the Minister of Justice will act in close consultation with the what? Vice President.
Correct.
You won't say the president not running the country again? Or Zoga not the minister again?
Tizo.
So it took 7 days. You say you put it on me. It took 7 days. Zoga was notified. And I want to believe, in all honesty, Zoga.
No. I would not let you just slip that in. What do you mean he was notified?
He was.
Give me a reason why you believe that he was notified.
Because a minister is always a minister in or out of the country. It doesn't matter.
So are you telling us sometimes something like this that required the minister approval, sometimes that minister is not informed? Can that happen? Is that a possibility that it can happen?
No, there is no possibility. One, every ministry have got a SMT chat room. SMT chat room means senior management team. Two, Every minister has a phone, email address, and whatever. You will never take a decision behind the back of your boss without telling him.
So I'll pause you right there. No. Before you be defiant, before you go ahead to be defiant. No. Before you go ahead to be defiant. No. But brother, before you go ahead to be defiant, I will pause you. So tomorrow, George, I laid this thing up very well, Georgie. I'm begging you.
Yeah.
This letter, and look like my man Fagon will be on different lane tonight. This letter here, Georgie, and our folks need to see it. It was written on the 16th, right? It was received by someone from the office, someone from the ministry on the 18th. These all were in the air when this letter was written. He was out of the country when it was received. Is there a possibility that he have no knowledge, Georgie?
But then, okay. So they are looking at the contract, right? I'm looking at the contract in the letter too.
No. We're talking about the letter. We're not even on the contract yet. We're not on the receipt. Just
the
this
letter was written on the 16th, received
yes,
by one Nadine and on Nadine on the 18th at 3:30. Yeah, so the CPP was asking the minister to grant them the permission to use the facility. Okay, so but I don't see the letter where the minister. I only see the receipt.
But with the letter, is there a possibility that Zoka Wilson have no knowledge on the request about this letter at the time?
No.
Is that a possibility? Can there be a possibility that he doesn't know?
One thing about technology now, you'll be anywhere in the world. Your physical person, you don't have to be on the ground and know all these things.
Don't mind.
We're having a talk show back.
So
in
reality here, a little bit just the minister, this kind of letter coming from, especially from the opposition side.
Yes.
The minister will be aware.
Okay. Let me bring in Kev Hassan. Kefiko, your thoughts?
I'm not expecting much from my two brothers. They will say your question was brilliant. They know that the minister away, and there was a acting minister. The acting minister there was aware of this letter. That I can say to you, the acting minister aware of the letter.
Who was the acting minister? Is that Andy?
And the acting minister. Is that
Kwame? Who was the acting minister?
The acting minister. No, I don't want to call name.
Okay.
Yeah, at this moment, the acting minister. The
acting got Andy. You got Bima. You got Azedo. So tell me now, we want to them.
Can't just call the name because we know, man.
The acting minister instructed Zoka Wilson's special assistant to write back to CPP and give them the instruction that the stadium is not for use. So when the controller had the information, so the controller came to the acting minister to see, hey, the people coming to pay you because what to do. At that time, the acting minister was at the Senate. So she went there and gave them the receipt. That's what we say unauthorized.
The
acting minister did not authorize.
But I beg you, but
the acting minister did not authorize because she was not there.
Okay.
The acting minister did not authorize because the acting minister don't instructed the special assistant. So the reason we say unauthorized because the acting minister not aware and the minister Zoka Wilson not aware. So that's why it become unauthorized because they have to authorize it. That's why it become unauthorized. But as you know, my brother Fagon want to spin it. Fagon know that he will not do anything at the Ministry of Information without Ledger who or Eugene Nangwe at that time. No,
Then you breaking your own neck again.
And you will not do that. But then, if Fagon go ahead and do it, it become unauthorized. So Fagon know he cannot do it, but if Fagon do it,
no, but if he left me in charge and I do it, it is authorized.
Stand up.
No, but the person that was in charge.
Especially so.
The person that was in charge. But Tony, you stop, man. If the person that was in charge, because this no, he want to confuse it because Tony, if they left you in charge, the acting minister never get authorization for it. We have to make that clear. So the acting minister never authorized. So you have
so Cap. Sentiment is say information. Cap has a hold on now. Cap, when the man say information, Cap, when he say information, give him a chance to come in.
In the first place, anybody in the ministry, or they're coming from the opposition side, especially when you see CPP, you see a lot. The first thing you said, they want the minister attention.
Yes,
and we got technology. You can either WhatsApp the minister or text him or cut the letter and just send it to him on WhatsApp. That I received today. And so don't tell me say the minister not aware letter. Come on, man. The minister was aware the person
minister. Thank you, Judge. Minister Fagon.
You know, Kev, let me play this role and show you how it's played and the reason why you play it that way. We call it play it safe. With you now, first you told you won't call nobody name, but you say the acting minister, she was at the Senate. So you say she, that Prince Johnson running mate. She's the
exactly.
You say that one already. And then you come back, you say, when the controller went, controller don't see no document other than get instruction for money. I've been there, I worked there. He's not playing in that field. That's not his era. Okay? The way to play it safe. You said something.
Stop doing that, man. Stop doing that.
No, but let him finish, Cap. Honorable Cap, let him finish.
You said something.
Honorable Cap, let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
For where I thought you were going. The first thing you did, you indicted your own government to say that the receipt, the invoice, everything was legit. That indictment right there. If it's legitimate, it's legitimate. Then you come back to say it was not authorized. Though it was not authorized, that does not make it invalid. It's legit. If I was sitting in that chair you're sitting in tonight, Stanton crying. Because I would tell Stanton, we've seen the invoice, we've seen the letter, we've also seen the receipt. And what I can say to you is that it is a responsible government. Something here does not seem right. There is an active and ongoing investigation as to how this whole thing happened. And until we can get to the bottom of it, I'm not in the position to tell you whether it is legitimate or not, or whether what we see is legal. Because we do have somewhere called the World Trade Center. Anything can be produced.
No, I'm not going to lie.
Money's paid.
I'm not going to lie.
No. I'm
not going to lie.
No, you already not lying.
I'm not going to lie. It's unauthorized.
I
explain the facts to you. I'm not going to lie. I don't do lie.
No, I think you can do everything on the show.
No, I don't do lie. I don't do say you will see. I can't talk about what this is.
Yeah, but Kev, let the man talk now.
I don't speak.
Kev, let him speak.
Nothing I have said here is a lie. I've acknowledged that we have an issue. I've also informed you that we are going to look into it. So what's a lie about the two I just said? And to back up what I'm saying, we do see stamps of the ministry. We do see letterhead of the ministry. Are there dubious people in the ministry? Are there corrupt people? Yes. You won't say the government is so perfect? No. But we have to get to the bottom of it. We have to investigate. We have to know what happened.
So Minister Fagon.
In this case, with respect to your question, let me let Kev know. Kev, I respect you, my dear brother. I love you to death. But I was in government, you were not. And when they talk about minister, I was, you are not. You were never. So what I'm talking about, I know. And what you're talking about, you don't know. Government has structures. Government offices, ministries, agencies, and corporations have got organograms, meaning the way the organization of the entity is. If Eugene Nangbe leaves and he says, Fagon, I leave you in charge. I am the deputy. It means that I will consult with him every step of the way. Chief, I receive a letter addressed to you from the CPP, yada, yada, yada. Then he will say, okay, if that be the case, do this, do that, do the other. Then I pass that instruction down to my assistant minister, who in turn will contact the relevant individuals to execute the plan. That is how government functions. There is absolutely no excuse for what we're seeing here. And you cannot defend it other than what? Escape it and bad time.
Okay. Let me bring in Dr. Peabody. She's not backstage. She got to come in, St. Thomas and George, for us to bring her. Dr. Peabody, this thing, I don't know whether you've been following this story, this letter from CPP.
I have.
You know, it was written on the 16th by Aloysius Stowe, Councillor Stowe. It was delivered on the 18th, right? The letter was presented to the Minister of Youth and Sport today. And if I go, I'm begging you, after my brother Peabody, we gotta talk about this though. Are you observing that all the reply coming there after now is the 30th or the 1st?
Yeah.
It's like almost 2 weeks late.
Yeah.
Their replies. So Dr. Peabody, talk to me. Let me bring in our sisters. Let the mothers come on to join this great conversation. And to the Mariah.
Yeah, but yes, mine. Yes,
and Salamatu Donkey joining us today as well. That Richardson is off. So let's have a wonderful show, guys.
That's my first time on the show with Salimatu. I hope she can be my friend and let Yakulas continue to be Kev friend.
Oh, good afternoon.
Welcome, ladies. Welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, but yes, my.
Hey, Matu. Hey, Mofaya.
Yeah. You know.
Oh wait, I don't have our show, please. Yeah, man.
I don't. For me, I don't think the CPP should be held responsible for the sluggishness of those who received the letter. They should not be held responsible. Somebody was sluggish, whether the minister got it or not. Somebody was sluggish. And you can't hold them responsible. They did the appropriate thing to present the letter, follow the procedure, all of that. So somebody needs to be held responsible. But in that case, you can't blame the CPP. You may have to just go ahead and report.
Well, no, but Peabody, the people say can't get your money back. We will not give you our space. Can't get your money back. Cap said they will go get the money back. Somebody unauthorized individual sign and reply like that kept saying it. So therefore, your CPP, you can get your money back. We got no space for you.
I think that's just some kind of game that is being played. That's some kind of means to deny them of having a peaceful protest. I think that is totally wrong. And under no condition they should even go and receive that money. I think they just need to hold whoever made that mistake, whoever was sluggish there, need to be held responsible. But you can't deny the people that did they did the right thing by following the procedure, and they need to be granted that opportunity. Exactly.
Okay, before we
I have a slightly different
I want Kev, I beg you, I want Kev to really talk to us on the 23rd of November, 2022, Kev. So we agreed that somebody else signed a receipt, right? But this is an invoice from the Minister of Youth and Sport. They outlined the payment structure and everything. It was given to CPP, Kev, on the 23rd. And on the 24th, the payment was made, Kev. Are you still saying then that somebody that are not in position send this invoice to CPP? I just want us to be very straight up, Kev.
You see, I think you're missing the points. I think you guys sending something out there saying maybe I'm saying somebody from in the kitchen just take it and sign it. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the whole situation was unauthorized, meaning that the minister proper don't have any idea. The acting minister, no idea. As a matter of fact, the acting minister received the information written by the CPP, instructed the special assistant to the minister to reply to the CPP that the stadium is renovating. So in
No,
that
Kev,
point,
no, Kev, you confused me. You said number one, the acting minister had no idea, but then she
no,
instructed.
she don't have no idea of the payment has received.
Okay, so that two you're saying.
Yes.
So the first one that she has no idea is about the payment.
She don't have no idea that the make.
She doesn't have any idea, right, about the payment being received, right?
No idea.
Now she does. We on the show we all can agree today that at least she had an idea that CPP was putting in a request, right?
The CPP, yes, the CPP put in a request. And
okay, so you established that. You agree that they put in a request.
Was given. Because the same thing, like I said, the same thing is.
Let me call Zoka Wilson, man. Let me call Zoka Wilson.
Yeah, do.
Yeah, let me hear from our two sisters. Then I think because this is just one confusing to another, we got to move on. Anthony Yakula, your take, and we'll go to Salamatu.
So I can understand the need, of government agents to make excuses, but it is becoming very clear to the Liberian people that this is intentional to stop the CPP, to stop the rally from happening. And I think it's sad. It is a violation of the Constitution, and it is a breach of an agreement. This whole issue is very clear-cut. The CPP wrote the Minister of Youth and Sports requesting to use the stadium. The CPP also wrote the Minister of Justice informing the Minister of the rally. The Minister's office, the letter to the Minister of Youth and Sports office was received by Nadine. The minister office will have to tell us who is Nadine, whether she's not authorized to receive letters. It was received by Nadine. Martin Kola and Elisha Stowe made a follow-up. They were taken to the finance office. In fact, they were told...
No, hold on 1 minute. So the one there?
The one there? No.
Oh, wait. Fagon. I'll send to my job. So they didn't make now a phone call or text message.
No.
They drove to their office.
They went there to the stadium. They met with the minister's special assistant, and they were informed that we couldn't use inside the stadium, but we could use outside the stadium and the surrounding areas of the stadium.
Who did they meet? I beg you, sorry to interrupt. When they went there, who they met?
The minister's special assistant.
The name? Do we have the name?
I don't know the name. I can get the name.
Okay.
And then he sent them to the finance office, and they met the finance lady, and she told them the same thing, that they couldn't use inside the stadium because of whatever reasons, but they can use the space outside the stadium. So if you even look at the invoice, it states exactly where they will be using, right in front of the stadium, outside the stadium, and the surrounding areas. And so they agreed. They said, okay, no problem. We can use outside the stadium and the surrounding areas. And an invoice was given for $3,500. The next day, they made a payment of $2,000 and a receipt was issued. That is a rental agreement, period. Period. This has been settled for over a week until Koji went and said whatever yesterday about CPP and Louis Brown and trying to have a rights riot or protest or whatever. And so now the ministry is coming back to tell us, oh no, you can't use the stadium, it's under renovation, come back for your money. Who tells them that's how it works? That's not how it works. And the CPP is very clear about the position. In fact, the press conference today said we're having a rally on the 17th of December. We're tired of suffering. The Liberian people will come out. They will express their grievances. We'll have that rally, and we'll have it right in front of the SKD, as was agreed.
So
paid for,
we
and
will be coming into that. We want to know the day after plan. So we'll talk about that. Let me bring in Salaman too, because we'll be bringing in Zoga Wilson, and we'll play the Koji tape as well. Salaman too.
Okay, yeah.
well, the special assistant to the minister is Gabriel
Okay.
Brahman.
And that's the special assistant that took them to the finance office.
Correct. And what they also need to understand here is that thing about the person will not authorize the minister didn't know, that minister didn't know. There's something called agency. Your agent acts if the third party believes that person is acting in their capacity, in their official capacity, it is valid. So they don't want to come and say whether the special assistant authorized.
Well, we're going to call the minister. We're going to call Minister
finance, or whether the finance office is not authorized to give invoices and give receipts.
Okay. Salaman too.
Okay, yeah. Good evening. Honestly, I was trying to follow what was happening with this letter, because it just seemed like anytime there's when Kev start talking, I'm like, hey, God Jesus, why not happen again? Hello, Kev. So so yeah, I really wanted to understand what the letter was about. What was the problem that the government had with the CPP renting or using the space at SKD? And to be honest, Kev can make any kind of excuse he want to make, but I'm with Timberlane when he said, you receive a letter from the opposition right there. You don't want them to do anything in the way around the stadium. If the stadium is not up to par inside the stadium, they ask to use the outside of the stadium. So what exactly is Kev saying wrong with the outside of the stadium now? The inside not available. What's wrong with the outside for them to use it? We all know why they don't want CPP to use the environment. We know, yeah. Nobody's to be here. We know exactly why they don't want them to use the facility.
Why?
So I'm just trying to because they are oppositions. They're considered opposition. That's how we function. They're opposition. You receive the letter. The people within the institution.
Sorry.
I think I know why they don't want it, and that's why I'm hoping he can come to me. I'll tell him exactly why.
Yeah, but I understand. Now, let me sort of interrupt you, Salamatu, though. But CPP wasn't the only organization that they said no to. No, Mariah, don't give me face.
Who else they said no to?
CPP wasn't the only organization. They said no to the very CDC. They said no to the third organization, a private organization, and the minister going to come on and say it. So let's read the minister reply. The reply from the minister.
Said no, but when they said no, did they say no to using the inside or the outside?
They said the inside was on a renovation.
Inside, we all agree. Okay, no problem.
It's no to the facility.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah, I beg to differ you. They did not say no.
You will. You have your right to do so. The letter, though it was written today, but this first statement, who got it? Can somebody read it, because it's too small though? I don't know who has it, but this is what was written today.
Which one? Let me see.
The letter from Zoga Wilson today from the Minister of Youth and Sport to ANC.
Okay, the one that says, "Dear Mr. Antoine."
Dear Councillor To. Dear Councillor To. Yes, they wrote the letter to Councillor To. Yes, sir. Do you have it?
I think I do.
Please, can you read it, please?
Dear Councillor To, I am pleased to present to you compliments and acknowledge your letter of November 17, 2022, in which you indicated your intention to use the Samuel Cato Sports Complex facility for the purpose of holding your upcoming political rally. While we appreciate your consideration for the use of the SKD Sports Complex for the rally, we, however, wish to inform you that due to the delicate nature of the newly upgraded stadium, coupled with the ongoing renovations of its immediate facilities, the said SKD Sports Complex facilities are out of limit for such use during and after the period of renovation. Meanwhile, it should be known that the staff of the finance section with whom transaction was conducted was neither authorized by the Deputy Minister of Sports, Honorable G. Andy Kwame, nor the Acting Minister of Youth and Sports, Honorable Audrian Smith Forbes, to initiate such action. You are therefore requested to re-engage said staff to retrieve the money paid. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation.
But then, guys, this thing about the person is not authorized. It's not from Kev Hassan. Kev Hassan is quoting D. Zoga Wilson, Minister of Youth and Sport. So let's call D. Zoga Wilson.
No, the power agency is.
Before you call D.
But you know what? Kev calls Zoga Wilson. You didn't talk to us.
Okay, listen. Let's go back to the dates, and that's why the backstage conversation was important.
Okay.
Yesterday, Moluba Molu had a press conference. Not press conference, sorry. We're presenting the leadership to the Liberian people. And he said to his utmost surprise, thinking that they were going
I just read online that the Ministry of Youth and Sports has put out a press statement indicating that the Samuel Kayinde Sports Complex is not ready for use and that it may not be granted to political parties for events. Now, that is sad for us, considering that we are turning out 1 million citizens on the 20th. I don't think there's any expanse or any space suitable enough to accommodate 1 million people other than SKD Sports Complex, which will try and we use the exterior premises to stretch the numbers and beyond. So you can imagine how disappointed I am with that announcement coming from the Ministry of Youth and Sports. But again, some details that.
Fagon, continue.
All right, thank you. So you see, we follow dates and we follow events and times. They put up a press release on the 30th of November. And that's why Molu said he was surprised because he had negotiated for the stadium as a ruling party. And like my sister was trying to say, Salimantu, my love for you will never die. But let me tell you something, my dear sister, Akuku Chibuku.
I'm not letting sue on the show, yo.
They will sue you, not me. They know the person. But listen to this, all right? The reason why Zoga Wilson and others are a threat tonight is because the press release, if you can put it up, is dated November 30th.
Right.
Informing the Liberian people, quote, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, however, wishes to inform the general public and political parties in particular that the Samuel Kayinde Sports Complex is under renovation and will not be available for any political events, even after the renovation is completed. But lo and behold, on the 18th, they had given it to a political party. But the CDC that were chasing them ever since, begging them, they did not even tell them anything. So when Molu saw it on the 30th, and today is the 1st, and he was speaking last night, you can tell from his voice, he said this is sad. We were hoping to care our people. We saw press release from them. Molu, Koji, and all of them guys did not know that the ministry had given.
Hold on 1 minute.
Yes.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute.
Play it again.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute.
Recognize.
Hold on 1 minute.
Recognize.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on. I gotta call Zoka. You're making a damn good point though.
But
because they received the money. They received the money on the 24th.
Thank you.
These statements and releases came up on the 30th or the 1st.
No, they received the letter on the 18th. Start from there.
Yeah, the letter was written on the 16th. It was received on the 18th.
They gave the invoice.
The invoice on the 23rd. Money received on the 24th. Give me Zoga Wilson, Kev Hassan. Bring in D. Zoga Wilson, Minister of Youth and Sport. Liberians people need to know the truth, nothing but the truth. So help us, oh God.
Okay, Mr. Fagon, can we with that?
Welcome to the show, D. Zoga Wilson. Thank you for joining us this evening. Make your case concerning ANC letter, CPP letter to the Minister of Youth and Sports, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
You are loud and clear, sir.
All right, thank you, Stanton, and thank you to all the panelists. I have followed the discussion this evening, and I'm here to provide to the Liberian people the facts as I know them. I will also want to state our position on the use of the SKD Sports Complex. It's not political, and it will never be political. I want to make this very clear. I've been on the Spoon Network when we had all the problems with the field, and people who have followed my interview have been consistent that when that field is renovated, we will stop almost all the activities that used to go on our field because we want to protect the facility. That's the only facility we have to use, and I've been saying that on countless occasions. Now, let me get to the issue at hand. I know many a times the government officials come on the program. We try to provide the facts as we know it. There are those who will not believe it no matter what. But I will tell you what I know, and that is what I know, and I'll present it here tonight. Up until yesterday, I did not know that CPP had written any letter for the use of the SKD Sports Complex. I repeat, up to yesterday, I had no idea that CPP wrote to use the facility of the SKD Sports Complex. Before I left Nigeria, there are things that the acting minister and I, we discussed, and she know my position on. And so when those things come up, she will not call me. Things that we didn't discuss, when it comes to her, she will call me and give me heads up. Yesterday, I got information that CPP has written to use the SKD Sports Complex on the 17th of December. When I got that information, I told the person that shared with me that, no, it can't be true. I have no information on that. I was told, yes, it happened. So I called the Deputy Minister for Sports, Andy Kwame, the first person I called. I said, Andy, are you aware that the CPP wrote to use the facility 17? And they said, no, I'm not aware. I don't to double check for me. I called the acting minister. I didn't get her. Later on, she called me. I said, Mrs. Forbes, I get the information that the CPP are written to use the facility. Mrs. Forbes told me the letter came and was brought to her office. And she instructed my special assistant to respond to that letter and let CPP know that we're not giving the facility or for any political activities. Because prior to my leaving, she and I had discussed the same thing regarding the CDC. That we're going to inform them that the facility will not be used for the 20th. Now, the process in my office when a request comes to use the facility, that letter comes to my office, a copy is made, and I put a sticky on it and send it down to the final section. Miata, the senior accountant, just to correct, the person that did that receipt was not the controller. He was a senior accountant at the Ministry of Youth and Sports, Miata. When Miata gets that letter or anybody they request, I put a sticky on it either to approve or disapprove. But she is the one that does the billing for anyone wanting to use the facility. It is my understanding that a copy of that request was sent to her, but there was no sticky on it from the acting minister as to whether it was approved or not approved. So Miata took a copy of that letter and came down to the office of the acting minister. But unfortunately, she did not meet Mrs. Forbes because Mrs. Forbes was at the Senate, at the House of Representatives at the time. We were cited there regarding the county meeting. She went back to her office. What transpired? And action took place later on between they and the CPP people. Mrs. Forbes was not aware that after action took place. Because as far as she is concerned, she had instructed my inspector assistant to respond to CPP. It was yesterday, during all of our investigation, that we found out that this payment was made in the amount of $2,000. The Deputy Minister for Sports, the acting minister and I, we had a discussion. I said, well, Mrs. Ford, do you authorize Miata to receive this money? Mrs. Ford said no. We brought Miata in. I want to speak up with them. And Miata, she did what she had to do without authorization. Because for anybody, any facility at that complex, it must be authorized. Though she is the person that does the billing, and she's the one that issues the receipt of, but before she does that, it has to be authorized. In this particular case, it was not authorized for her to have given the receipt or received money from the CP. So that was established. And because we had a discussion about the CDC, now using this facility, we decided to issue our press release yesterday, informing all political parties that the facility will not be available for any political rallies. Even not just political rally, the tourism folks also wrote to use the facility, and we united as well. And that's what transpired. That's what happened. That's why we wrote to Soto to the Council of Elections to informing him in a letter that was read by the Eugene Fangon that the incident would not give the fear on the facility or to anybody, and they should please come and get that money because the staff, the financial staff, and the finance department who issued the receipt, she did not get the authorization from the acting minister, neither the deputy minister for sports, to say go ahead and give the facility to CPP. Now, I want to be very clear here. This is not unique to CPP alone. The ruling party program is scheduled for the 20th of December. They are not going to use the SKD facility for that. We are not being political. If I give the field to CDC, then I'm going to give it to CPP, I'm going to give it to AFP, I'm going to give it to any political party. Because if I give it to one, I'm going to give it to all. I will not give the seat to CDC.
Okay, Diesel, I beg, allow us to ask questions. It is important because I've been taking notes, Diesel, and I got a lot of questions. But you know why? Minus Kev Hassan, we are 6, plus Kev Hassan, we are 7. So 7 of us asking you questions for the sake of the Liberian people, for their own clarity. I do believe you have Anthony Morara Yakula from CPP on the show. I don't know the rest of the guys where they're from. I know Kev Hassan from CDC, but we can ask you some beautiful questions tonight. My first question, then we'll start with the ladies, Then we go to the gentleman. Diesel, you said up till yesterday, you didn't know. You had no knowledge of the letter that was written on the 16th. Are you hearing us?
I think I know.
Hello?
Yeah, he said.
No, we didn't hear what he said. Diesel, can you hear us? You mind if I call him Kev? Please.
Okay, you can call.
Diesel, is it okay if I call you direct?
Yeah, call me on my USB phone.
Okay, let me call you on your number. Thank you. That would be better. Okay. Guys, please have your 2 questions each because we have to move on. Yeah, Diesel, can you hear us now, right? Is he loud enough? Guys, is he loud enough? You guys can hear him? Okay, so these are my first question. You said up to yesterday you didn't know anything about the CPP letter. Is that
Correct.
so?
I did. Correct.
When did you get to know about the letter?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Good.
Yes.
And that's why I'm asking a double question to you. You left the country when?
On the 16th.
On the 16th. The letter was written on the 16th. It was received by the Minister of Youth and Sport on the 18th. You left the country. And if a letter received by your ministry, couldn't they inform you that we have a letter from CPP or from St. Baptist Church to keep you in the know?
No. When I'm in the country, and any letter comes to my office, that letter goes to the acting minister of youth and sports. And she will inform me if there's a need to inform me. Like I said, there are certain things.
So thank you. But the letter that was received, so it went to that acting minister, correct?
Yes.
So the acting minister have the authority to approve or disapprove, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you are out of the picture now. My question to you, did the acting minister approve?
No.
How so?
She instructed my special assistant to do a response to our CPP that the facility will not be used because we have discussed that before I left. If, like I said, even the city.
No, hold on, Diesel, hold on now.
Yes.
So she instructed your special assistant to do a response, but she received the letter. She's your acting minister now, though. Why is she going back to your special assistant to respond?
No. She told him to do a response for her signature.
Okay, so was the response done?
It was delayed, was that done? That was it.
So it wasn't done. So Diesel, it wasn't done. But your ministry then received money.
Yes.
Who authorized the young lady to receive the money, Diesel?
No, nobody. To the best of my knowledge, without the acting minister,
so nobody. So is that how your ministry run? Everybody can collect money on their own.
Well, everybody in the system, there are people who make error. Nobody's infallible. Everybody make mistake. Everybody make error.
So Diesel, let me ask you a question. Diesel, I gotta go. My guys giving me bad look. They want to come in. I gotta go. Let me ask my last question. So at the end of the day, Diesel, you're the minister proper.
Yeah.
The money was received on the 24th.
Yeah.
First of all, the invoice was written on the 23rd. Money received on the 24th. Diesel.
Yeah.
We want Liberian to believe that from the 24th to the 1st, which is today, 7 days, if you put them together, couldn't you know, anyone in your ministry would know that somebody received $2,000?
The final section knew.
Oh, final section knew.
The people were doing the final section.
Okay.
But the hierarchy did not know.
So who in the final session received the money?
The leader on the signature, see the senior accountant, the leader who was not the controller, the leader who's on the
So she received the money and she kept it?
Yeah, that was she did.
So she took it home?
In the office. No. In the office.
So okay, Diesel, I beg you, got one last question.
They have saved she kept it in
Go
her.
ahead. Go ahead, Stephen. Go ahead.
Yeah, I beg you. I'm just trying to lay this. Everybody got to ask questions.
Go to government revenue.
But she received this money, $2,000 United States dollars. They counted all were in $100 bill, I believe. Clean. They counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 20. 2,000. She received it. Did she take the money home, or she kept it in her closet at the ministry?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, she did not take any money home.
So where do you think she kept the money?
They got saved at the ministry. The finances have to save.
Who all authorized to use that safe?
The controller. The only person that can go in there.
So are you saying the controller knew about the 2,000?
Yes.
Oh, so now the controller is indicted also. So I will rest. No, I just play fun now because you said Diesel, you know me. I'm just playing with this because now we understand it's not only the lady that received the money, but the controller also was in the know.
The final section.
Okay, Diesel. Let me bring the other guys in. I will keep my last 3 questions. Let me bring the other guys in. We'll start with St. George. Then we'll go to the 2 ladies. Then we'll come down to the bottom 3 real quick. Georgie.
Martin Kola is on the line.
Yeah.
And
We will bring Martin in. Just keep him posted. We'll bring him in. St. George, please.
Minister, yes. Okay. I see the letter was sent on the 16th to the Minister of Youth and Sport, addressed to you. They were signed for on the 18th by Nadine. Okay. Now.
Nadine.
Nadine. Now, I see an invoice that came up was dated November
23rd.
And also a receipt was dated November 24th. Now, I'm sure these people, that the accountant, whoever, they've been doing this job for some time. They know the procedure, they know the process, and know very well their limitation. So if you are saying that they did it with unauthorized, they acted with all authorization, I have a problem with that because these people have been doing the job for some time, and I know very well the acting minister was informed, and I'm very sure the acting minister, especially so, and I'll be direct, for the fact it came from the opposition side, who shouldn't play the politics were involved because the politics, CPB wrote the letter asking request of the facility, and definitely it would definitely reach the Minister of Youth and Sports attention.
Brother Josh, I will respectfully say to you, stop making assumptions. The issue of CPP writing a letter following the procedure is not in dispute. The issue of the payment made by CPP is also not in dispute because there is document from the Ministry of Youth and Sport showing that yes, payment was made. What is at hand are 2 things. One, we are not denying CPP use of the facility for any political reason. We are just not giving the facility out for use. This ruling party, our opposition, the CDC was also denied for using the facility. And what I'm also saying to you is, Hamiata waited for the acting minister to see her and make sure she got the authorization or not. If that thing that was authorized, a different issue. It was not authorized, one, and we're not giving the facility out. It's not like we are denying CPB the use of the facility for political reasons. Nobody is using the facility, including the ruling party. Another group, the tourism sector, they want to use the facility. We deny that as well. You have that letter as well. So that is not political. Yes, my people dropped the ball. I will not sugarcoat that. They dropped the ball and it brought us to what we have today. But let's look at it. Are we making a decision because of political reason? Or we don't want to see the facility? Absolutely not. Because if that was the case, I would not deny CDC using the facility too.
I would just, my last comment, right? My last comment, not question. I know that those who handle the financial aspect of this, I know that they have been doing this job for some time. They never just acted unilaterally. I'm sure that people were informed And I'll repeat, I'm staying on my position that your rejection was done for political reason. I stand by it. I submit.
Thank you very much. Let's move on. Mr. Wilson, we're going to move on. He just make a comment. We're going to go to question. Let's go to Mariah. You come first. Anthony Yakula, your 2 questions.
Thank you, Minister Wilson. Was there a written circular sent to all officials and staff of the ministry on the policy that the ministry will no longer be accepting money for rental of the facility?
There was no written circular to say that we will not be accepting rental. But there was a press release issued when the renovation started, I believe. And in that press release, when we even start, folks will go exercise at the stadium. That press release, I want to believe, was very clear that we will not be giving the facility of a rental, giving the renovation what I was going out.
Okay. And this press release was when? When was this press release sent out?
If I'm not mistaken, maybe because we started renovation in March. It probably sometime in March.
Okay, so since that press release, you've not had any activities at the stadium yet?
I don't think so.
So why was it, Minister Zoga Wilson, so may I remind you that on October 30th, the last Saturday in October, the annual breast cancer walk that the president and the first lady attended ended at the SKD facility? And it was used?
It ended at the gymnasium behind the SKD.
That's part of the facility.
Not part of the facility?
Hold on, please, Mr. Fagon. I told you, Mariah, the SKD gymnasium is different from the SKD's soccer facility. The breast cancer ended in a gym, in a gymnasium.
Minister Wilson, is the gymnasium a part of the facility?
The gymnasium is part of, in a complex, is different from the soccer facility. The gymnasium in the back.
But is the CPP requesting to use the soccer facility, or are they authorized to use outside the soccer facility where the gymnasium is also situated? I'm still asking, Minister Wilson, let me end my question. But let me end the question.
Oh, okay. Before you know, I'm getting you after you told, that's why on the phone.
Okay. So the gymnasium is outside of the SKD field, the pitch.
No, it's behind.
On the field?
It's in the back.
Okay, so it's not on the field. It's outside of the field.
No.
Correct.
Yeah, it's in the back.
Right. So where the CPP is requesting to use and what was authorized for the CPP to use was not the field, correct?
No, it's in the front.
Okay. So it's also outside the field around where the gymnasium is also located, correct?
No.
Yes.
The CPP are requesting the front.
The front and surroundings. The front and surroundings, right?
Yeah, in the front.
Okay. And the gymnasium is also in the surrounding.
No, it's in the back. Way
okay.
Back.
So just my last question. Did the CDC do an official letter to the Ministry of Information requesting them to use the facility? And what parts of the SKD did they request? Did they request outside the field or on the pitch?
I will not respond to your question because I don't think I should be divulging information about other people to you.
But you just said that you wrote the CDC as well to not use it. That information.
I did not say I wrote the CDC. I issued a press release.
The CDC was informed.
You were informed. I issued a press release.
And another organization was also informed.
Mariah, pause on your question. Maybe we'll have another time on your question. Let's move on. Diesel.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah. Thank you. Salma, to come in your 2 questions.
Okay, well, thank you, Mariah. That was one of my questions. When did CDC request the stadium? I just wanted to know, since this is not political. So my second question would be, hello, Minister Wilson. Have you guys issued a refund to the CDC party?
Excuse me?
Have you issued a refund to them? Because I'm sure they wrote you. They requested the use of the stadium. As of yesterday, they themselves are saying that was the first time they heard they couldn't use it. So I'm just wondering if the government has refunded their deposit or the money that they made to use the stadium.
So I will say this much. The CDC use of the SKD, there was something in the air. They did not recognize of U.S. sports, and that's why I declared that they use the facility. If they are ready for us, we're going to respond to them the same way. They did not write. It was to use the facility in the air, and so respond to them. Yesterday, let them know that they can use the facility. So there were no respond any money before any money where they didn't pay any money.
So you respond to something in the air. You responded to rumors.
So obviously, CDC.
Hold on. Let me be clear. The CDC have published information that they were using the facility
without requesting it from you.
But why you say asking question? It's not about 2 question time. That's not about 2 question time. Please.
That's way too much.
But you say you also stop in CDC.
Yeah, but you cannot be asking questions. That's you already finished her question.
No. Yeah, wait. Okay. So, Minister Wilson, you stated, because CDC actually did a whole press conference because they were under the impression that they were approved to use the stadium. I mean, I've seen circulation saying that they were having this.
We're going to play CDC recording about the use of the of this. Let's play.
I just read online that the Ministry of Youth and Sports has put out a press statement indicating that the Samuel Kennedy Sports Complex is not ready for use, and that it may not be granted to political parties for events. Now, that is sad for us, considering that we are turning out 1 million citizens on the 20th. I don't think there's any expanse or any space suitable enough to accommodate 1 million people other than SKD Sports Complex, which will try and we use the exterior premises to stretch the numbers and beyond. So you can imagine how disappointed I am with that announcement coming from the Ministry of Youth and Sports. But again, some details that.
Let's play phase 2, please.
The premises has not been completed, and the thing by giving it out to political parties, the development carried out there will be ruined. We are a party that respect the rule of law. We are a party that respect existing constituted authority. We respect government. In as much as we are disappointed, but we will not challenge that decision. And thank God, in their own statement, they made available the Anthony Tournament Stadium on Lane Street. So we have made the decision that since SKD is no longer available, we don't want to waste time. If our opponents go and arrange the ATS and deny us access of the property. So we are right.
Look at the
with the question.
Come on, man.
Salva, go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, Minister. So again, did CDC, this is a yes or no question. Did CDC actually write to request the stadium?
He said no.
So they didn't write. You notify them in the public that they couldn't use the stadium, even though they didn't write you. Yeah.
Can I clarify my statement?
Sure.
CDC did not make an official request, but there were discussions being held with the Ministry of Youth and Sports regarding the use of the SKD Sports Complex. And during these discussions, we made it clear, because these are discussions that were held, that it will not be possible to use the facilities for such political rally. So I hope I made myself clear.
No, not exactly, sir. Please, I beg to squeeze up Salamatu.
If I say official,
I beg, Honorable Wilson. Let me I beg take the last question from Salamatu.
Okay.
They went to the ministry to inquire. When was that?
Say that again. I think discussion was held.
When was the discussion held?
Well, Senator,
yes,
you
sir.
understand I am a civilian.
Okay.
So I hold discussion, hold issue at all times. I cannot point out what discussion was held at a particular time, but there was discussion held with me and other members in the
Was the discussion held prior to CPP request?
Oh yeah, long time.
So it was held prior to CPP request.
Yeah.
Why couldn't you hold on now, Diesel? Why couldn't you then at least put out the announcement that you put out today?
Put out what announcement?
That the facility will not be used by any organization or political party.
Because, as I said, I am a seditious. And if CDC wants to use the facility, and I'm putting discussion with them, other people, I'm making my position clear on them that this may not be possible. And these discussions were still going on up to the time I left to travel. And that is why my acting minister knew our position. And that is why the
letter came, Diesel, the letter came later. So the position was between you and your acting minister, but it was not that official internal memo that was circulating within the ministry to say this is our official position to any church organization, any political party. We are on a lockdown. We will not use the internal, external facility of XKD for X, Y, and Z. Why couldn't you do that, Mr. Minister?
Within our SMT, the senior management team, we were all aware that we are not going to rent that facility.
The comptroller is part of the senior management team?
No.
Oh, the comptroller, the men that collect the money?
Hold on, the person that did the letter is not a comptroller. I try to correct you.
No, I understand. I'm not talking about the money. I'm not talking about the money.
No, the person is not a controller.
No, you said the comptroller is aware of the $2,000. So is the controller Diesel, hold on now. Diesel, hold on now, my man. Let's take it easy. The comptroller, is he part of the senior management team?
She is not part of the senior management.
Oh, she's not part of it.
The senior management team comprises of all appointed officials of the Ministry of Youth and Sports.
Oh, so the person that collected money not part of it?
The only appointed official of the...
I rest my case. Dr.
Was the special assistant aware?
Dr. Peabody, go ahead.
Was the special assistant aware?
This is not a running mouth show.
Let me clarify question.
It's not a running mouth.
Kev, let's respect ourselves, please. Kev, no. Kev, the minister can defend his own. We will not tolerate you insulting.
No, I'm not insulting.
Nobody is running mouths. Nobody is running mouths. We have Minister D. Zoka Wilson. He can defend himself. You are not the Minister of Youth and Sport. Please.
Who is he telling about running mouths?
Dr. Peabody, please go ahead.
Minister Wilson. Mr. Wilson, after Mr. Wilson, Henry Peabody here. You said that even that you guys were not aware. You had somebody that collected money and issued receipt, and you said that she was not authorized to do it. You will return the money. Now these people have prepared for this. Why didn't you recommend Anthony Tubman Stadium for them to use?
Okay.
The Anthony Tubman Stadium is not under the control of the Ministry of Youth and Sports and the Labrador Football Association.
So
and they
what?
Have that option. They have that. If you read our press release that we issued, we said to everybody that there are other options, including facility owned by the LFA. So a CPP can approach the LFA if that time a deal available LFA, it's not the LFA. Because the ATL is not on youth and sports, it's on LFA.
Okay, Minister Wilson, granted, you say you're not aware of the letter, you don't know when this all of that. Now, somebody in your ministry,
I was not aware. I was not aware of CB letter yesterday. My acting minister was aware of the letter when it came. Wow. And she gave instruction. I think I said that repeatedly.
All right. But somebody there collected money, issued receipt. Now they have caused some damage. You guys will have to fix that, Minister. You guys will have to find a means for these people to do their stuff because honestly, somebody caused some mess, Minister. You may not be aware, but now you guys have to find a solution.
So Peabody, I will say this much. Again, let's not see this politically. Because we are not allowing anybody to use the facility. Did my staff grab the ball? Absolutely. They did. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. But the fact remains, we are not giving this facility up for that purpose. We made it very clear, and that is why the ruling party was also denied that they're not using the facility.
How you deny somebody from using something that we No, Minister,
the ruling party was not denied because the minister stated they were not denied.
Minister, let me protect you. Let me protect guys. Let me protect the minister, please. I mean, that's a good question, but let he answer. Let he answer that to Peabody, then we can ask this question.
So that is why we said Peabody. There are other facilities people can use. My side got the ball. I will not sugarcoat it, like I said. But we are not giving the facility of anybody. If to say that we're giving the facility of other people who deny CPB, then you hold me to that. But we are not giving it to anybody, including the ruling party of which I'm a member of. We're giving it on the 20th. They are not using it.
Okay. Now, the follow-up question before we go to Minister Fagon. Mariah, you come and ask that follow-up question. It's interesting.
How can you deny someone use of a facility that they never officially requested from you?
See that here?
How can you say you deny someone a request that they never officially made to the ministry?
Well, I saw here that we had a discussion regarding the use, and I know they wanted to use it, though they did not do the official letter because when you get I'm a partisan, and I made it glad, so they can use it.
So you did.
Whether it was official or unofficial, I told them they can use it.
So who else wrote for the facility that you deny besides the CPP?
The tourism group. They don't have a letter.
Yeah, we got a letter for the we got a letter for the tourism group. So let's bring in Fagon, then we go to Kev Hassan.
The last question I had was: Is your special assistant also aware of the policy not to rent out the facility?
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Okay, Matikola is on standby.
Yeah, let's bring in Fagon. Minister Fagon, you've been very patient. I don't know why, but it's interesting to see you patient, Minister. While you speak, let me go attend to my dogs.
First, Let me say thank you to the minister for coming on board. And let me say for the Liberian people to hear me clearly. We're talking about a government institution here. D. Zoga Wilson is the Minister of Youth and Sports, but not the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Once we have that point clear, my question to the minister will be first and foremost, is it a normal practice for monies to be collected on a particular day, such as the 24th of November, which was a Thursday, not deposited into government revenue on Friday, which is the 25th, not taken to government revenue on the 28th, which was Monday, not taken to government revenue on the 29th, which was Tuesday, not taken to government revenue on Wednesday, the 30th. Is it a normal practice in your ministry to keep money in the safe, government's money?
Well, it depends. It depends on the time the cash payment is made. If the payment is made at the time the bank are closed, then of course the fund will be deposited into the safe until the next business day when the cash is deposited in the bank.
So why was the cash kept on that Thursday, which was the 24th, on the Friday, which was the 25th, on the Monday, which was the 28th, on the Tuesday, which was the 29th, on the 30th, which was that Wednesday, and as I speak to you now, the cash is still in your possession. Why is that so?
I'm not aware of that. Are you sure that the cash is on here? I didn't see that on this network. I'm not in Liberia. So how do I know whether the money was not deposited? I don't know that now. Do you know it for a fact?
That's why I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking you. Where is the money that was paid to the ministry?
Hold on, Fagon. You're making a statement as though you know for a fact that the money was not deposited.
All right,
so
let's say the money.
Burden of proof, the burden of proof, take over the lawyer on the check. The burden of proof rests on the accuser.
I'm not accusing you, I'm asking you.
Hold on now, let me see. According to the receipt, payment was made on the 24th.
Yes, Thursday.
Fine. So you are saying the money was not deposited in the account. I don't know that for a fact. So if you know that, prove it to us, yeah.
No, I'm asking you because you told the people of Liberia that if it's after banking hours, the money is deposited the following day. You said that the money should be given. Hold on a minute. I'm asking you now, was the money deposited in the government account? You're the one supposed to tell us yes or no.
No, I don't know.
Because that way we'll be able to trace the documents.
To the best of my knowledge, it should be. You ask a question whether it's the practice to keep money in the ministry. I said it's payment are making cash. And after banking hours, yes, we deposit in the safe. And the next working day, the funds be deposited in the account.
Thank you.
To the best of my knowledge, that money should be in the account.
All right.
It
should be in the government's account or the government revenue account, whatever the case be.
Yeah, it should be there.
Now, during your deliberation, you said, and I repeat, you said that you were in discussion with the CDC being a sedition and you left the country. That discussion was ongoing. If that was a policy of the ministry that you had taken a long time ago, why were you holding discussion and not being blunt? Instead, you held a long discussion over a period of time and even left it hanging according to you and left the country. Why didn't you tell them that the facility was not up for use?
Mr. Fagon.
Yes, sir.
I am a sedition.
I am too.
And I will discuss issue relating to CDC and make my case with my folks if something cannot be done. And during my discussions, I kept making my case. My folks also were making their case. So it was not something to say that I had to come publicly to put it out at the time.
No, sir. You said the discussion was ongoing when you left the country.
What? Eugene. When we felt it was necessary to come public,
Mr. Minister, I'm holding you to your statement. Can you answer my question? You said the discussion was ongoing when you left the country. Why weren't you blunt to let them know that indeed it was a policy that you had instituted that the stadium not be used at any point in time? Why did you not do that?
How did you know I did not do that? I said I did that because they got public at the time.
But,
so why did it was a surprise?
But you said the discussion was ongoing. The tape is here when you left the country. Howbeit, let me ask the other question. They had already, as Molba Molu said in his statement, it was sad, he was shocked, he didn't know, which corroborate your statement that the discussion was ongoing. My question to you again, you said on this program that your folks at the ministry dropped the ball. You're not going to sugarcoat it.
Yes.
And you, that's why I'm saying you are the minister, not the ministry. The ministry have given the go-ahead. The ministry, the authorizing agency, ministry or corporation have given the go-ahead. Now, my question to you, how prepared are you to go to court and tell the law that your folks dropped the ball, but you will still make sure that the political party don't hold their rally? Are you not against the political party because you have professed on this program to be a sedition? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
As Minister of Youth and Sports, I have no authority to stop anyone or any group of people from exercising their constitutional right to free speech, to protest, and what have you. It's the Justice Ministry who's supposed to authorize people to protest, authorize a group of people to protest. I, Yoga Rosie, have no authority to
Mr. Minister, that's not my question, sir. That's not my question, sir.
Hold on. You ask your question, I answer your question.
No, but that's not my question. I'm still alive.
I'm answering your question.
I'm not talking about protest here.
The use of the SKD facility got nothing to do with me denying anybody from protesting.
No, that was not my question, sir. Sir, that was not my question.
That is why CPP wrote.
Sir.
You don't be interrupting me.
No, sir, but that was not my question. If you're not able to answer my question, just tell me you're not able to answer my question.
They know the SKD is under the control of the Ministry of Youth and Sports. So you say you must seek their permission. CPP did the right thing. So I'm not denying them, but the facility is just not available for what they want to do. They can use no other facility.
But so you see, that's not my question, sir.
They are constitutional rights.
That's not my question. That's not my question, sir. My question is not about the right to protest, because that right is guaranteed.
You
are the authorizing institution of government. No, wait now. Maybe you did not understand my question, and Stanton will not take me from here until I ask my question. You are the Minister of Youth and Sports. The ministry have granted permission by way of an invoice and receipt of payment to a political party to hold a political rally. That's not my question. My question here is, they have legitimate papers in their hand with receipt. And you are saying that even though the ministry, first you confess that your people dropped the ball. You say even though the ministry gave them that right through their invoice and their receipt to use the facility, you, the minister now, is saying that facility will not be available for use. So my question to you was, you being an opposing party to them, You have confessed to being a sedition. The Ministry of Youth and Sports gave them the authority to use the facility. And you, the minister, a sedition, is telling them as an individual that the facility, a Liberian government-owned facility, the citizens' facility, will not be used by them. As a sedition and the minister, are you saying that the minister giving them the authority, they dropped the ball, but you, Zoga Wilson, the sedition, will make sure that the facility is not available to them? It's not about the protest. I'm saying you, Zoga, not the ministry, as a sedition, is saying that that facility will not be available to them. Are you prepared to go to court and tell the law that you are bigger than the government? That's my question.
Minister Fagon.
Yes, sir.
You're doing your hard best to politicize this issue. It's rather unfortunate that you will try to do so. First of all, let me be very clear. When I said my folks dropped the ball, yes, they dropped the ball for acting unauthorizedly. The Ministry of Youth and Sport did not grant CPP authority to use the facility. Because the acting, you are speaking, I listened. Don't interrupt me, please.
I'm listening to you.
The acting minister who had the authority to grant that permission to CPP did not do so. A staff acted without that authorization. It doesn't mean the Ministry of Youth and Sports granted. Okay? Everybody in life made mistakes. No man's infallible. And I am saying to you that the facility is not open for use. And this decision is not there unique to the CPP. Thankfully, the network you are on, the CEO has a communication for a group that is not even political. We also deny them to use that place. The ruling party was also denied from using it. The CPP was denied. So stop politicizing the thing. If CPP goes to court on this, I will go to the court and make my position clear, like I'm saying it here. I will say the same thing. I'm not going to change what I said. The facility is not available to be used. Eugene, you live in America, you know. You got public facility. If you run for the president, they can't give it to you. There was a big issue where we go to court for that.
So what if the people in America say
let's bring in Kevin Hassan.
My position remains the same.
My final question.
We did not authorize the use of the facility.
My final question. I'm thankful to you that you made reference about America. When America gives you a facility, the department head does not come back and say, my folks dropped the ball, so I'm not going to let you have it. It is the department that gave you the facility, not the individual. How be it, you said no one is infallible. Everyone can make mistakes. Zoga Wilson. You said again, my folks dropped the ball on this one.
Because they made a mistake. It's a mistake they made. I would have made that. I'm not going to play politics that you want to do for now.
That's
come on, man.
Say you want Russia.
Political issue.
Say you want Russia. Say you want Russia. Your folks dropped the ball. Are you going to take the liability?
I will give CDC the fee to you that deny CPP. It's going to be political.
No.
But that's what I'm doing here. I'm denying everybody.
So Mr. Wilson. Yeah, Diesel. Hold on a minute, Fagon. Diesel.
That's not what I'm doing.
Diesel.
That's not what we are doing.
Yeah, Mr. Wilson, please, 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
And now if I'm going to ask this last question, I got to bring in Kev Hassan. We got to wrap. So hold on 1 minute. Fagon, your last question, please.
You got no question, but you're political here today.
You see, this is what Diesel is doing. Diesel tells us in clear print, and I will go back and play this tape tomorrow on Facts versus Fiction. Because Diesel tells us that my people dropped the ball. He admits to it. Diesel comes here. You were waiting, Diesel. You were waiting. Diesel, you were waiting. You were waiting today. You come here, you admit that your people dropped the ball. You turn around, you say you were holding discussions with the CDC, and the discussion was ongoing, and you left to come to the States. Meaning you were entertaining the discussion. The people went and and you came on this program and you announced
wait now, let the man finish. Let him finish. Yeah, but hold on now. That the man party too. The man too is substitution. Oh, the man is sedition? Wait. Fagon, the message you are not sedition.
Okay, yeah, black and white. If you like it, say a Christmas. You keep here. Again, I will ask my question. Here is your pathway. You admitted that your people dropped the ball, which means you take responsibility and the liability. Point one. You come back again. You said you were holding discussions with your party people, the CDC. Along the way, those discussions were ongoing. I'm quoting you. When you left the country, meaning you are negotiating for the same pack. The other people went and they took the pack. And they got the pack legally. At the end of the day, you sat on this program and announced that you are a sedition, a rival party to the CPP. Wait. I'm closing my question. It was the Ministry of Youth and Sports that awarded the facility to the CPP. Then you, a sedition, came up and said that it's not available for use, and you issue a press statement on November 30th. Why, when you left and came to the States, when the discussion was ongoing, and you left, even though you did not tell them that, no, you can't have the facility, but on November 30th, you admitted yet.
Are you asking
Wait.
question or
Now the question, now, you had a question.
Here
is the question.
He keep repeating himself.
No, I'm not repeating myself. You don't hear that one. When you hear it, then you will answer.
No, but I
yesterday, according to you on this network, according to you on this network, yesterday you got news of the people getting the stadium. Hear me and hear me well. It was then yesterday that you issued the statement. When the CDC came to you to negotiate the stadium, just like you heard yesterday about the stadium, why did you not issue a press release when you heard the same thing yesterday? Question. When CDC came to you, brother, why you didn't issue press release that the player was not available, but you heard about the CPP, then you issue press release? As a sedition and a CDC minister, why did you do that? Question.
Thank you, Fagon. Thank you. Minister Wilson.
So, Fagon,
Diesel,
I will say this much to you is that you try your best to politicize the issue.
The thing is political. You say it's sedition.
Fagon, hold on now. Let him answer.
And the man will give me the man say it's sedition.
Yeah, but hold on now. We gotta go to your brother Kev too. Go ahead, Diesel.
We issue our press statement when we deem it necessary to issue it for the public and every political institution to officially know the opposition. So that's how we issue the press statement yesterday.
Thank you. Kev, can you come in?
Minister Wilson, let me give you this this story. A couple of years back, I was having a function for my son, my older son. We pay and everything, but a few days after, they called me and said the pack was not ready. And I went to the office in America saying, it's my right, it's my right. And they told me it was an error. And guess what? I tried to push. You know what they said to me? If I continue, they will call the police for me. It's an error. I should take my money and go. And I start saying, oh, it's because I'm a black man. They say no. It was an error, and error do happen. I should leave. In America, it happened in this country all the time. If the CPP,
Spin 201.
if the CPP, if the CPP are ready to protest, that's their right. But the space around the SKD is smaller than ATS. They can say, okay, give my money, let's go to ATS. ATS is bigger. They can put people in there. But because of their hidden agenda, want to cause chaos. If you don't, all you have to do, you take your money. It happens all this time in this country. You pay for something, they call you back and say, oh, it's an error. It happened all the time. And we deal with it in America. People listen to me who have that experience. So the fact that Minister, that you deny all parties, including your party, there's a reason that you keep using the word "I am a sedition." People want to spin it. You're using that word because you want to tell the people, I deny the CDC too, even though I'm a sedition. So who believe in fairness will understand what you are saying. But because of they want to make it look like you're not fair, so they're playing every role. Let me say, I know my brother Fagon. We go back for years. And I know years. You know, so I know exactly his role. He understands. He's in the ministry. He understands the errors.
Mama, about me to take
He
the
understands that.
Then you come in to tell
So
people
he just giving Diesel tough time, but he understands. So what I'm saying here is that Minister Zoka Wilson, you being fair. You come on the show to explain to the Liberian people. You're being so fair, announcing that even the CDC. Imagine, guys, imagine the CDC. We have talking about the brightest CDC compared to tiny ANC. Or they're trying to say, you know, let's go around the stadium to look like SK to look like there's something. If you know you can pull out people, go to ATS. But imagine us, how we feel, how we're feeling. I call you, Diesel. I call you, I was angry. I said, my man, what are you doing to us? I called you, you're on the phone. I said, the people say, oh no, that's not true. Diesel, you're on the phone. I called you. I said, my man, what are you doing to us? I said, my man, the fee not ready yet. They feel we spend so much money to bring it up to the standard. And now other people saying this. We are disappointed too. For me, if the CPP can go there, fine, then we can go there because we want to pull out 1 million people. So why can't we put 1 million people in that country? So we are more disappointed with tiny
sleeping?
that don't even have that. Even our own polling today, spoon polling, 2 people out of the entire Central Monrovia. Don't they want to cause noise? If the UP were talking, say, I would say you'll get backbone. you find yourself. I recommend the ANC. You go down to one community football field. That would be good for y'all. There's a community football field. We can call you. Go to one community football field. You don't have enough.
That's getting 5,000. We put 1 million there.
That's why they don't want to go to. That's why they don't want to go to.
Yeah, stop it, man.
That's why they don't want to go to ATS. You go to ATS, but they don't have enough. But you know what? They just want to cause chaos. That's all. I rest my case. Thank you, Minister, for coming on and making it clear. You did a great job. Thank you.
Salamatu, take us home. Take us home, Salamatu. Go ahead.
You know, every time the minister say, you know, I said no to the other people, I said no to the other people. I'm just sitting here. I'm like, come on. You know, it's so glaring that this is political. Nobody wants to turn it into it being political, but it is political. And I think we can respect him a little bit more if he just say, you know what, we wanted to be there. Yeah, we wanted to do it. So we had to cancel everybody else too, just to show good faith. The tourism people wrote on the 14th of November. On the 14th of November. Nobody called these people until December 1st. That's when you responded to the people in writing. And you want us to believe, because you told everybody no, so that means you're being fair. This is part of the reasons why when people look at the government and say, you know what, the government does not respect good governance, because being impartial is part of doing good governance. You want anybody to do political rally at the SKD, it makes perfect sense. If you came up months ago and say, you know what, we want to have no political parties at SKD. But you know, when you saw the letter from CPP, when you realized that you had taken the people money and it looked bad, they were like, oh, everybody paused. Everybody started to act to what they already got prepared. And it's unfortunate that, you know, we have the minister online and, you know, they putting the blame on some of these poor civil servant workers in the agency. These people been there, like Timberland said, these people been there for years. These people know their job, okay? They know their job. There's no way a letter will come from the opposition. They know that they're not supposed to lease the stadium. The stadium is not even up for leasing or using, and they will go take the money from the opposition.
Thank you, Salamatu.
I mean, Minister, Jack come out and say, you know what? We decided no, we want CPP there. But to say, oh, we told everybody else no, is belated. You told everybody else no to show good faith. Because these people wrote on the 14th, the tourism, they wrote on the 14th. You did your press conference on the 30th. The CDC, the chairman of the CDC, he looked surprised. He was very surprised. That whole video, he was surprised to hear that, oh, we can no longer use the stadium.
We say it's sad.
Before, so while you're on your way home, let me say this. Martin want to ask a question or you want to make a comment?
No, Martin wants to clarify some of what the minister said because the minister was not in control.
We're bringing Martin. I just want to let go of the minister. Minister Diesel.
Martin was the one that went to the ministry to follow up.
I beg you, tell Martin to hold on 1 minute. This is Lafayette Good.
We will be there.
All right. He's saying that they would be there. They asked for the outside perimeter. They're going to be there. What is in place to stop them? Now you guys have taken their money. And CPP said they would be there. So what is in place?
You asking me?
Yes, sir.
Well, I believe Mr. Cummings is a respecter of the law. And the Ministry of Youth and Sports owns the facility. The Ministry of Youth and Sports has written informing the CPP that the facility is not open for use by any political rallies, and that money is paid. They should come and get that money back, and that the staff who received the money, I was on the record, was not authorized to give her the facility. Now, it is our hope that the CPP will do the right thing and kindly come and receive the money. There are many other facilities in the country that they can use. The SKD is not open. It will not be used, and we hope that they will follow the lead of the political leader who I know is a decent gentleman, a respecter of the law, and they respect the fact that the Minister of Youth and Sports.
So what is in place? What is in place? If they say we don't want our money back, we will show up on the 17th.
Stanton, I will say this much.
Okay.
Mr. Cummings is a respecter of the law.
Mr. Cummings will be there on the 17th.
I don't believe that Mr. Cummings, with the letter we have sent CPP, will encourage his people to challenge the authority of the government. I don't believe he will do that.
Okay, I'm not going to push you. My last question, because you got to go. We got to bring in Martin Collard on. Diesel, what was your purpose of going on that trip with the president? Why were you invited to Qatar?
So, Mr. Witherspoon, thanks for your question. The World Cup is the biggest event of football in the world. The World Cup is a football event. The president of the Republic of Liberia was invited by FIFA as the sector minister of youth and sports. The president put me on his delegation because he had to do with football. And besides that, we had meetings that was scheduled, we expired, and even my colleague, the Minister of Youth and Sports in Qatar. That's why I was on the trip. Whenever the president is making a trip, and this is not just unique to our president, whatever the reason for that trip, for instance, when the president went to Egypt for the climate change, who was the sector person there? Wilson Tucker, EPA, because that was about, he was a sector. So the sector head always travel with the president.
So, Honorable D. Zoga Wilson, Honorable D. Zoga Wilson, Honorable D. Zoga Wilson. Yes. So, Honorable Wilson, Minister, yes. Minister. Yes. So my second question, and anybody want to draft on that, that's fine. You said the president was invited for how many days, how many weeks, and how long were you invited?
Mr. Witherspoon.
Yes, sir.
I will say this much to you. You have had Mr. Twe on your show. You have Commissioner Nambi on your show. The very question you're asking me, you asked them. They responded to you. You're asking me again. I was on the president's delegation. And for the duration of the president's stay, wherever he was as a member of that delegation, I was there.
For how long? What was the duration? For you, Zoga Wilson, how long were you invited to stay?
I was in Qatar from the 16th. I left Qatar 2 days ago. I have bilateral meetings which I attended.
Hold on.
I have other things to do.
Hold, yeah. So I agree. Please. We're going to just try to help ourselves out. Hold on. You were invited for how many days? Your letter of invite or the letter given to the president?
Mr. Stanton Witherspoon.
Yes, sir.
You are fully aware that the president was in Qatar. He has a delegation that was there. I told you, when I left Liberia on the 16th, I left Qatar before yesterday. I was in Qatar because I'm a sector minister for sports in Liberia. The World Cup is a football event. And Zoga Wesley was not just the only minister of sports in Qatar. Just so you know.
Diesel, we understand all that story. Why I saying you say you were there for 13 days? Can you please? Okay, let me ask a question, then we can leave. Did you receive extra invitation, or the president just said, "Come and join me on this trip"?
I am the sector minister for sports. When the president is invited to go on a trip, the invitation is for the president, and the president decides the interruption.
Did you see the invitation?
Mr. Witherspoon, let me make this very clear to you. I don't have to see an invitation I was sent by the president to the president.
The invite that was given also, the invite, no, well, you're done. You answered that question. Okay. No, you answered the question, Diesel. The invite that was given to the president, it also included how you guys will watch 3 important football international matches. Was that also included on the invite?
Mr. Witherspoon, I told you here, let me provide you an education that you don't have. And I am so proud of Timberland George on your show, who have followed football and know these things, but he doesn't talk. First of all, the president is a Ballon d'Or.
Well, we start with that Ballon d'Or story. No, Zoga, stop. Zoga, we all watch President Bill. No, Zoga Wesley, don't spin this thing, please. I ask a simple question that requires a simple answer. Your invite that was given to you or the president, included on that invitation, that you guys will see the first game of the United States, the second, the third game, and see all other games. Was that part of your routine?
You get to ask your question, I get to answer. Are we clear on that?
No, we are not. This is okay, man. I see you tomorrow, my man. Have a good night.
No. I gotta answer your question.
Yeah, my man, I see you tomorrow. You want this okay? 11 o'clock. This
you answer your question. Please allow me to answer your question.
These are you gonna start explaining that like Eugene Nagbe and Samuel Clover? He said no.
The thing is that information.
Okay.
I'll give you the 2 minutes. Or let me answer your question.
Okay, Diesel, I gave you 30 seconds. Go ahead real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
First thing you need to know, regardless of whether President we are president or not, everyone who has won the Ballon d'Or are officially invited to FIFA World Cup. All of them. Since 1995, he's been invited. That's number 1. 2, you were invited by Qatar on official Venezuela. 2 separate invitations here. The invitation will not tell you saw the why number 1, number 2, number 3 game. As long as we're in Qatar, we will watch with the any game one of the witness. Okay?
So the president received official Qatar invitation. And wait, I tell you I believe you just in certain things, but that's Spain you be putting on the thing. That's me. Yeah, I will still bring you up because you're my man. You're my man. I will still bring you up. I see you tomorrow, Diesel. Bye-bye. Have a good night.
All right, thank you for having me tonight.
All right. Yeah, Mariah, go ahead.
Yeah, I hope the minister listens while he's going off. There's a legal maxim that says an unjust law is not a law. So, Minister Wilson, know this and know this well. Mr. Cummings will not validate your violation of the Constitution, breach the contractor agreement between the Ministry of Youth and Sports and the CPP for use of the outside space at the SKD, nor will he condone the infringement of his rights and that of the Liberian people. Mr. Cummings and thousands of Liberians who are tired of the suffering will be at the SKD Stadium on August 17, 2022. So do what you must, but this rally will go on.
Thank you.
I have Martin Kola on the line because he wanted to clarify some of the misinformation the minister gave. And I had asked the minister if his SA was aware of this policy he said they have in place. And Martin has information on that. So I think it's important that Martin, who went to the ministry to do the follow-up on the letter that CPP wrote, can explain to the Liberian people as to what exactly happened.
So let's give Martin a minute, and then we'll do our closing because we got 9 minutes to go. Martin Collette, welcome to Spoon, bro.
Yes. Yeah, thank you so much.
Martin, you low.
Yeah, he is. He low.
Yeah, are you getting it?
No, Martin, you're very low.
Very low. Call Stanton. Go ahead.
Okay, so can I call you direct?
No, he's good now. He's good. He's good now. Yeah.
Good.
So, but let me say quickly. I know a lot of them said, so I will not go over most of those things that they said because everybody listening, even those who are panel on the show, can see all of the contradiction in the minister presentation concerning what happened. So I'm not going to go into his step-by-step presentation, but let me say, first of all, that CDC was never denied the use of the stadium, but CPP was the one denied because at no point in time did the minister admitted that CDC ever applied for the use of the stadium. So they cannot be denied. But as a means of cover-up sense, their intention and motive is to deny CPP the use of the facility, so CDC is a cover-up. But we got at the stadium. So let me first of all say that we wrote this letter on the 14th. It was not actually the 16th, but when we took the letter there, the receptionist said that Minister Wilson's name was being misspelled. His Zoga, instead of Z-O-E, it was Z-E-O. So we have to rewrite the letter for the 16th. When we took the letter back on the 16th, they said that it was after working hours, and so we went back there on the 15th, and then finally on the 18th, they signed for the letter. When they signed for the letter, we waited for a few days to go back and do the follow-up. So we went back on the 23rd to do the follow-up. That CPP delegation was led by Councillor Eloshua, who is the National Secretary General of the CPP and was part of that delegation. The women wing chair of the Liberty Party was part of that delegation. And the Director for Country Coordination of the ANC was part of that delegation. So it was a whole delegation that the CPP sent at the Ministry of Youth and Sport to discuss issue concerning the use of the facility. When we got there, we were directed to the minister's office. The minister's special assistant received us, and we had some initial discussion surrounding our request to use the facility. His name is Gabriel Brahma. So Brahma received us, Mr. Brahma received us, and we had a very good conversation. And he said to us, look, we are renovating the inner facility of Sport Complex, but I believe the outer facility is available for use. But I think we have to go to see the finance office, those who are managing the use of the facility. Available, then your dedication can now follow the procedure. So I remember Eloshua told the Secretary General of CPP asking repeatedly that look, so there's no way that we can use the inner facility. Mr. Brahma was very clear, the Minister's Special Assistant was very clear to say no, you can use the auto. So when the Minister said that he and the Deputy talked about it, and the Deputy has instructed the SA to write a letter, it is news for me and very shocking, because it is the SA that we met 4 days after, and we are having this conversation. So the SA said, given that we are where we are now, I will direct you people to the finance office, to the person who has the one schedule. And then they will come back and we'll do some consultation. Rightfully he did. We went and we met the finance officer in charge of the stadium use and they look at their schedule, and they said, look, there's only one group that's supposed to be using at the back, somewhere in the gymnasium. But I think you can use the front part and all around the building. So if you people are using it, it means that you're going to pay for all around the stadium, including the front part of the stadium. Then she said, well, let me go and hold some consultation with the acting minister and the minister's special assistant. She left us. We were sitting in the finance office. We waited for about 30 minutes or 45 minutes. And then she came back. She said, look, I had sufficient consultation. This is the letter that you people wrote to our minister. They have power in toward me. So I will attach the letter and then bill you people, give you people an invoice. So I am surprised to hear that the finance office acted order or acted order authority. When in fact the lady got us sitting down there for the 5 minutes, she went to consult with the acting minister and the SA that we met when we and we got out of the ministry. So she billed us. When she billed us, we paid the money. We actually paid the money on the 23rd of November. But when we deposited, when we did our payment, she told our finance guy to come back for the receipt. So that how you saw the receipt is on the 24th. So they gave the receipt on the 24th. Interestingly, I am surprised about a lot of things because we are very in touch with the finance office, with the Ministry of Youth and Sport. They even asked us to come and do a walkthrough when we did the first walkthrough of the facility as to how we would use the bathroom. We have scheduled another walkthrough. But we did the first walkthrough this Saturday, where we decided when we play the stage and everything. So I am very surprised at a lot of things that the minister was saying. And it is good that all of the people see all of the contradiction. I think that these poor employees at the ministry will be used as casualty in this process. But the ministry, they consented with every authority. Nobody at any point in time of our visit to the ministry ever told us that look, nobody can use the facility right. We were informed by the minister SA, by the finance office, by the person who controls the SKD schedule. All of those people told us that we can use anywhere outside. We agreed to use the outside facility. Surprisingly, a day ago, we were called to us say that look, and the minister said, in fact, on the 30th, look, and the minister said you can't use the facility, because. So then we asked why. Is it because we are ready to do? Then we said, but we are aware. You told us that you are ready to do it. We said we are using the external part and we are paid already. They said, no, even the external part, you can't use it. Then we knew that it was politically motivated. And it was just after the press conference of Jefferson Kuchi. This is not good for our country. And let me say, as chairperson of that rally, December 17th is no turning back. We will exercise our constitutional right under Article 17, and we will look up to our constitution under Article 2 that says the Constitution of Liberia is the supreme and fundamental law, and nothing else other than the Constitution. And that Constitution gave us the right under Article 17 to assemble orderly and peacefully. So we are having a rally. I know the CDC people choose to call it protest. They can call it anything, but the entire suffering rally is intended to bring the Liberian people together on a united and integrated front so that we vent on all of the bad governance and all of the things that this government is doing to our people that continue to suffer. We will not turn back. I just thought to lay what happened at the ministry, so that you have an appreciation that what Minister Zoga said is completely far from the truth. The ministry is fully aware. It was just literally a day ago that they decided to undermine the opposition community and cause this kind of nonsense. But we will not sit back. We will use the facility. We will use the spoken.
Thank you, Martin. Martin, thanks a lot. We appreciate your overview.
Thank you,
It's
Martin.
unique, and I think we have heard again another side of the story, guys. What a wonderful program! A lot of folks tune in with other important information in the country. This make the day for today. All right, we will go to closing. Again, we are here back tomorrow. Saturday, we'll be speaking to Louis Brown. By the grace of God, on Saturday, he will be our guest. Sunday, Dylan will be one-on-one with the CEO. And tomorrow will just be a laid back day. This is political, it's not political, but something just wasn't right over days. Let's do our closing, man. Anybody can volunteer to start first. It's open. All right, Dr. Peabody. Or let's put in the new sister on the black.
Yeah,
Salamati.
let her give her close.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
and I was
Salamati.
just be short and sweet. I mean, thankfully the minister himself came on, and based on all the questions he answered, it all points to it being very political. And Minister Wilson, it's not a strange thing. I mean, it's a normal thing in Liberia. You know, you got one political party in office, they got a problem with the other political party. I mean, it's normal. Every action that happened shows that it was political. Okay. And by him throwing the fact that, oh, I said no to the tourism people, by him throwing the fact that, oh, I said no to
I'm sorry to
CDC.
interrupt you, Salamatu. Zuga Wilson said everything. He want me to announce it. Martin just said, Martin never spoke to he never spoke to the acting minister. He's not aware, and whoever he dealt with, they are not aware.
Martin never said he spoke to acting minister.
Okay, he said that whoever Martin dealt with, they are not aware. Let's just incorporate that in our closing.
So he should just say whether his special assistant didn't carry them to the final office.
Wow.
What Martin, they have documentation with dates and money being exchanged. So more than likely, what Martin said, it happened. It happened. The government decided at the last minute, once the minister found out that CPP were doing rally at the stadium, they just decided, you know what, that's not going to happen, not on our watch. And then they tried to backtrack and by writing the tourism organization to say, okay, no, we're not going to do it. After you not gave the press release, you go to CDC, even though CDC didn't write you officially, and all these conversations you were having with CDC chairman, you never told them, you know what, you can't use the facility. The chairman was surprised in his press statement. He was very surprised. So we know he was not aware that they couldn't use the stadium. So the bottom line is they saw CPP and everything just stopped right there. And they tried to backtrack by saying no to everybody else that they had letters for. That's all. But by him saying, you know what, Mr. Cummings is a law-abiding citizen, the government themselves, you know, you have the greater responsibility as the managers of our country to uphold the law before you start looking at the individual citizens.
So before you finish, so should Mr. Cummings insist? Should Mr. Cummings go ahead and say, you know what, we're going to do this? Should the CPP go ahead and have their rally, knowing that this will go into another dimension, another situation?
What situation?
But that's the thing. What situation can it go into? You come out now, you have all of these documents. The law is actually on the side of the party that actually.
But the minister not saying the place is not available. Take your money back.
Is that right to you?
No, Becky, I want Salamati to. Please. The minister is saying
one,
it's
yeah,
not. Yeah.
Yeah. One, I'm not a lawyer. Let me just put it out there. Number two, I'm not in Mr. Cummings' head to decide what he wants to do. But as a citizen, as a Liberian, if I had given money to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, I will go and have my rally outside the facility.
Number one, you didn't pay all the money now. Number two, you pay some of the money. You get balance of 1,005. Number three, they are now saying error. We made a mistake. We are sorry. They are writing CPP and say, please take your money and find somewhere else. Not knowing that we are talking about
Point of
16 days.
information.
You know what?
Can I
Yeah,
just finish? But can I learn this, Eugene?
go ahead,
But
Lynn.
you call information. Go ahead. You call information. Go ahead.
At least on the invoice, look there, you will see at the bottom, you highlighted it. At least 50% of this bill must be deposited to secure the date, while the balance payment is due 7 days.
So you do who bring you into the program? You do who bring into the one?
No, but you see,
We asked a question.
No, you know what?
7 days to the 17th. So they got
It will pay more than 50%.
And down, yeah.
They paid 2,000.
You do. I agree, right?
No, but
I
you
agree
see,
now,
Seven,
but I beg you,
Up to the
Salamatu.
10 to pay the balance.
Salamatu,
Yeah.
I agree with what Eugene just said because that's correct information there. But let's say everything Zoga Wesi and Minister Information did is wrong, 100%. They say it's not available, sir. Can you find somewhere else to go?
So much accepted.
But then CPP said, no, we stay coming. And they said, okay, we'll call the Liberian National Police because now
To do what thing?
it's trespassing.
How is trespassing something you pay for?
Yeah.
Hold on, Mariah, it's not you. Let me deal with Salamatu. She's the new
No,
kid
but
on
it
the
says
block.
trespassing, a legal issue.
But I understand. But they will tell you, say, listen, it is not available now. They will put Liberian National Police. They will put a barricade. They will put everything there. What are you guys gonna do? Block the street?
Oh, they will put it there. What they told you they will do? Because
obviously, if it's not available, and you as CPP is coming to do this thing, then don't you think now we're treading on dangerous ground now, knowing that they are not saying you guys are going to have the program tomorrow, though. Tomorrow is just too impossible for them to stop you guys. We're talking about 16 days away, 15 days. They are telling us it is not available. So can you find other means?
Yeah, but you know what? No, Mariah, you know what?
Let me finish.
Yes, the thing. All the scenario you place,
Mariah, let me
you will
answer it
see
for you,
if
yeah?
it happens. Okay,
Mhm,
because we're not gonna sit here and then hypothetically say, okay, if they do this, we'll do that. When it happens, we'll see what will happen. But as of now, the rally stands. Two, Kev mentioned something about, you know, in America, when you go and you pay something and they don't have it, blah, 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 blah. In America, there's a lot of civil cases. And a lot of these cases, it's not even about the money. It's about the principle, the fact that you deny me something that I feel that I'll do. And most of these civil cases, they win it. Okay. In the American court system, that you have to make the person at least almost whole, not whole, but you got to make it right with them if you're not able to live up to your end of the bargain.
But I would tell you this, you're right, because if you're having your program tomorrow at the park, right? And the team said we can't give it to you because we made a mistake. You sue them for damages. You sue them for what?
For your food,
because they will pay for your food, and they will.
Man, that ain't for America, but
that's America.
But Kev, he threw that thing there as if to say, you know what, when you go and pay for something to use it, and the people tell you no, you can't use it, you just cuss there and just walk away. No, they try to make it right with you. So if the government is saying, you know what, if we looking at all the
you coming to be another.
about our closing, and then he started asking me questions.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, our closing started asking me questions. But
you didn't answer the question.
But we all sat here. I mean, as the minister was talking, you know, you see people scratching their head. We know what it was. All right, it was what it was. What happens after that? As of right now, CPP decided that they are going to have their rally. They're going there. Yeah.
I think the minister should call CPP and negotiate something.
But I'm hearing Joseph Wagasa going there with a UP. Then you say what? I'm hearing the poor go there. But let me answer that question you asked. Mariah, let me answer it for you. Yeah, Stanton, we are all Liberians. And what Zoga did tonight would have been something I would not have allowed him to do if I was the Deputy Minister for Press and Public Affairs.
Hey, and you submit. I enjoy it, but he says so.
I would have called him straight. Don't move, don't say anything. Leave it to government information arm to handle it. And the reason is simple. Stanton, you cannot tell people they can't use something that other people already using. The old timer using our gym, they pay. And let me inform you, the breast cancer people pay. And let me inform you, SDA use it for graduation. They pay 1,500. I'm talking about recently. I'm talking about last month.
No, don't do that. No, Fagon, don't do that. Hold on 1 minute. The old timer using it currently.
They using it currently Saturday morning practice.
Hold on.
They play basketball. And I
They play
had a program about 4 or 5 months ago, and I got tough with the ministry because they were denying the old timer.
They got a bad guy.
You see, in the SDA school, ask where SDA graduated, and they will tell you.
When was the graduation?
Recently, they paid 1,500.
Recently, they paid 1,500.
1,500 is what they pay.
No. Now, CPP letter came on the 16th. When was the graduation?
I have to go back and give you the exact.
Because maybe they graduated prior to CPP letter.
No. That place that every time they're using it. And let me tell you something that happened. They said the front of the building, and Zoga kept saying the gymnasium is in the back. That is not true. When you enter the SKD Sports Complex, to where they put the president down in front of the VIP, hang a right. Immediately the right is Cadiz Restaurant. After Cadiz Restaurant is the gymnasium. Why are you telling us here in the back? That the back, the front? The front of the SKD is what facing the road heading to ERW.
You see,
but this is no. This is not a joke. Hold on 1 minute. Yeah.
You cannot come up now. Any judge you go in front of the judge will ask. The facilities have been used over and over again up to this point. If they say yes, that is grounds for denying you. Because at the end of the day, other citizens cannot use it, and the other citizens cannot use it.
So the gym, no, I want to hold you that. So the gym is being used now. Like
I
we're
said
speaking
people
today.
pay money. Saturday they can pay.
Oh,
but even on Saturday, it was the
SCA school had graduation there. I'm saying,
but it was the special assistant.
I call him Diesel back. I call him back.
It was Diesel special assistant that carried Martinez to do the walkthrough. The minister special assistant was the one who carried Martinez on Saturday to do the walkthrough.
What are you talking about?
Oh, so Diesel said, Fagon, Diesel listen to you. And let me give you the reply. Diesel said, Fagon, the gym is different from the stadium.
But the gym outside the stadium, Stanton.
Exactly.
But Diesel, listen, Diesel. CPP not asking to use the stadium.
No.
They want to use the front.
Yes, exactly. Yes. That whole area with the gym and all.
But you cannot close the entire SKD and allow folks to use the gym though.
No,
yes, but all of
them. Let's describe the team to you. The stadium is round. The front of the
I mean,
stadium is there.
I'm from Labrador too.
No, me and you from Bogonjire, we got Diamond and Gold, but we'll play Rocket. There is a practice field to the right after the gym, where the president dedicated with a tough on it. Do you know that? Real modern stadium, mini stadium, is to the right. The gym is to the right. When you see people asking to use the outside of the stadium, because the outside of the stadium is actually bigger than the stadium itself.
That's right. Exactly.
And so that's why they asked to use the outside. And the outside of the stadium.
Well, I beg you, the minister got to make it clear he's on the phone.
The amputees can practice when you enter it.
Eugene, the man want to make it clear, I beg you. Diesel, you are live. I'm going to get a question for you. Do we have anyone as of yesterday, today, people are practicing in the gym on a weekly basis, or you, minister? Any organization using the gym?
Oh yeah, but the gym is used by the Labrador Basketball Federation.
Oh.
The gym is used by the Kingsday Old Timer. The gym is different from the stadium.
Is it also true? Is it also true that SDA just recently used part of the SKD for the graduation?
SDA used the gymnasium. Even we ourselves, our vocational school, BDOTC. They had a graduation in the gym.
So then what part of this SKD is closed for CPP?
The stadium facility is closed. What CPP want to do, they want to use the front of the stadium, no doubt about it. But they will also have access to all of the bathroom facility in the SKD Sports Complex.
Oh,
we are saying the SKD Sports Complex facility, that facility got an SKD, is not open.
No, but that's not what. No, Minister, please, Minister, please help us out, please.
Yeah.
If they use the front of the SKD, can they use the bathroom in the gym?
No, the gym is in the back. They will use the bathroom in the SKD Sports Complex.
No.
The gym has their own bathroom. When you're using the gymnasium, the basketball gymnasium got nothing to do.
So the only reason why you stopping there is because of which bathroom they will use?
They will use the facility of the SKD.
Is that the only reason why you stopping them? Because you do not have a bathroom for them?
The facility is not open to use. The SKD is supposed
No. I beg you, Minister Wilson. Diesel. They are asking for the front. Let's get it straight. You can give them the front, but because they do not have a bathroom to use, so you're stopping them. Is that so?
The front is part of the SKD Sports Complex.
So is the gymnasium.
But the gymnasium is not open to use.
So is the gymnasium. Is the gymnasium not a part?
In the SKD Stadium. The gymnasium is different from the stadium. The gym has its own bathroom. When CAF buy SKD Sports Complex, it had nothing to do with the gymnasium.
Okay, outside the facility, if they carry their own portable latrines.
In the back of the SKD, contrary to what Eugene Fagon is telling you.
No.
But let's establish something. Let's establish something, Minister Wilson, please.
Yes.
The front, the back, the middle, the gym, they are all part of Samuel Kayando Sport Complex, correct?
Thank you.
Yes. In the complex.
But are you saying, but hold on now, Minister, forget what I want. Are you saying the entire SKD is on the lockdown, or just some part of the SKD is on the lockdown?
Everything that has to do with the football facility is on the lockdown, not the basketball.
So, not in the entire SKD on the lockdown.
Hold on. The LFA has the small fee in the back where the gymnasium is. That fee is on the LFA now in the Ministry of Youth and Sports. So we can say we're lacking that everything at the complex because the small football fee that LFA has that fee is on LFA jurisdiction, not the Ministry of Youth and Sports. So we can't stop anybody from using the small fee. It's on LFA. If you want to use that fee, you go to LFA, do it in the SKD Sports Complex. But it is for LFA. It's not for Youth and Sports. We use that fee.
So some people using the gymnasium, which is in the front of the stadium.
Complex is used for practicing. That's not true. It is the LFA fee that's used for practicing. The small fee in the back. Just to correct Mr. Fagon.
There is a small fee in the front that the amputees can use.
The small fee in the back for LFA
that the amputees can use. Because I practice with them before.
Thank you. Yeah,
May I clarify something? If you look on the invoice, it says we're also paying for 25 staff for sanitation, and they gave us the outside bathroom outside of the stadium to use.
Well,
so how is the talking about? Amen. Amen.
So, okay, so say the facility closed while we use the staff.
Minister, the point of the matter is the space that you gave the CPP, matter of fact, you all gave the CPP that outside space. So the outside space that you gave the CPP has nothing to do with your field inside. And the same outside space includes the space around the gymnasium, which is outside of your field. So all of what you're saying here tonight, okay, let's put a picture up of the stadium, Stanton.
What's the
But,
picture?
but put an invoice up, Stanton, because it says cost of sanitation.
The invoice says sanitation.
Cost of sanitation. What's that sanitation space at SKD? One day,
Because-
750.
Okay. Center.
Yes, sir.
Center.
Yes, sir.
They are whatever on the invoice sanitation. Those are the bathroom facility in the stadium. They would have used the bathroom facility in the stadium.
No, Stanton, look at it. It
So
says
that's why the
outside.
sanitation.
It says outside.
But Diesel,
Please
it
look at
looks
the
like
invoice.
I'm sorry that you are not live with us. It's saying something different, Diesel.
Every gate has a bathroom.
Yeah, no, because
outside.
it's saying everything outside though. They're not
No,
saying
please read the
inside.
cost of sanitation.
Yeah, let me read it. Let me read it to you, Diesel. Then maybe we can
It says
understand it
outside.
because we have to be very clear here. Something is just not
Cost
too
of
clear.
sanitation
All
outside.
right. This is what it said, Minister Wilson. This is what it said. It said that cost for 25 staff workers, compensation for 1 day, US 1,250. Cost
Yes.
of sanitation. They say sanitation for outside space at XKD. Outside space for 1 day, 750.
Yes.
Sanitation, outside space. That's why it's on the invoice, Minister
Yes.
Wilson.
They say inside.
So stand up.
Yes, sir.
Stand up.
Yes,
Let
sir.
me say this much to you. There is no bathroom in the outside space of the SKD Sports Complex. All of the bathrooms are within the SKD Sports Complex, with the exception of the gym that has its own bathroom. So the volume, the multitude of people that will come to example for CPP program will have access to the SKD Stadium for the use of the bathroom facilities all in there. There is no bathroom outside of the
So
SKD
what if they bring their own portable latrines?
Toilets.
What if they bring
But
their
do
own
you say we
portable
have
latrines?
bathroom in it?
They will bring Bob
But there's
Jones.
no bathroom
Like they
in it.
want to have you. But Diesel, thank you very much. Thank you, my brother. Thanks, man. Have a
When
good night.
CDC were having the
Guys,
protests and
let's wrap
violence,
this
they
thing up.
have
Kev Hassan,
bathroom
you want to
this winter.
close? Kev Hassan, you want to close, please? Kev, can you hear us?
Can I talk with Kev?
Go ahead, Santamale.
No Kev will get lost. No Kev.
Tamale want to run away.
It was a good discussion, and
oh boy.
I mean, I don't know about that. We all know what happened, man. We know it's political season, and you look at it, especially on the Chairman Malu's face. Malu was talking. You know that he said we law abiding, all the things talking about. We know what I want, but it's all politics, and I pray and hope that it should not continue for the next 11 months because public facilities for the Liberian people, everyone should have access to it, so they shouldn't stop them from using it. So I pray and hope that happens, and we left out important discussion today, just talking about this issue. I want to see the communication as they don't send concerning the proving the president long absent from the country. The president advisor, Nangbe, said that the president bringing $175 million back to the country. We want to have all the discussion there on BBC.
We're gonna have it tomorrow. We get a BBC clip. You're right.
All these things, and so, but there's a good news for the government. I want to commend them. We're about to get a stable legislature. Thanks to the Liberian government. That's a good news. Honorable Money Captain, thanks for leading our efforts. We're happy, and we pray that we'll continue. We thank the Ivorian authorities too for helping us to get that 27 megawatts. We thankful to them, but there's a good plus for the government, so we commend them for that. And so for now, we just say we look forward what happened in the next few weeks, next few months, what happened in Washington, D.C., what's going to happen. The president is on his way here. We know so we pray and hope that we'll see the president when he gets to the States, because I'll be in Washington, D.C. I'll be there.
Next week, Friday.
Yeah, so we'll be in D.C.
Next week, Friday is the 9th, St. Money, George. What's happening?
So we'll see the president in Washington, D.C. when he gets there. We'll be there while we interact. Kev, I'll see Kev too. Kev will be there too.
No, I said next week, Friday is the 9th of December. What's happening?
Anti-corruption day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Is it the 9th or the 7th? The 9th?
Next week, Friday is the 9th. Yeah. I have to schedule it. I have to, going down every day. Down to the wire.
Anyway, for now, stop down till we can do our
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Salamatu. That's a P, the original Peabody.
All right, it was a good show. Honestly, I will join with Tommy in commending the government for bringing some relief to the Liberian people, especially when it comes to the electricity situation. I hope this will help in some way solve the problem, but also Liberians need to be involved themselves. Don't go on the pole and steal the light and all of that. That is bad. So that we be able to pay our share. I think Mr. Money Captain did a wonderful job in helping negotiate that agreement as well. But let me say here that the agreement with, the CPP, I think it's politically motivated. There's no way you can tell me that all that arrangement was made and now they are coming back. There's a lot of things involved. There's probably a fear that the president out of the country too long and the people are coming to express their displeasure over the long stay out of the country. I think it is politically motivated, and I think it's wrong. Nigerians are entitled to a peaceful demonstration in that country. You can't take it away from them. And I don't think they should be going about doing this. We got election coming up. We're going to see more of that. And you can't just deprive one political party. I think it is wrong. And I hope that they correct it as soon as possible so that the peaceful citizen can go about their demonstration. But other than that, it was a great show and good to see everybody.
The original Dr. P.
Yo, so the
Thank you very much.
18 and the march is rally is for the 17, right?
I don't know the person's schedule. When we get to when we get to this,
I was like coming at 18. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mariah, you want to go?
Yeah, look, I think it's disgraceful that we'll be in this day and age and having, governments and the ruling party and officials or members of CDC using their political office as officials of government to stop the opposition or citizens of Liberia from having access to government facility that was clearly requested, approved, and paid for. And I think no Liberian who means well should condone that, because today it may be the CPP, tomorrow it will be the UP or the PUP or other political parties. And it's about time that we stop that. These shenanigans should have no place in our political space. We're all Liberians. We all deserve to use our facilities. These facilities are paid for, maintained by taxpayers' money. And you cannot stop any citizen from using the facility when they follow the process. As the minister said, the CPP followed the process. They did everything right. And his people dropped the ball. And that is on you and your people. And you will not stop the CPP, no sedition. Nobody will stop the CPP from using a facility that they followed the rules for, that they paid for, that they have payment for. And I was trying to tell you, Stanton, it's almost like somebody selling you a piece of land. You negotiate, you agree, everything, you make the payment, and you have a payment plan, time to make the balance payment, but say, oh no, I'm selling my land again. You can sue them for specific performance, and the court will force them to sell that land, because that's exactly what it is. Specific performance will lie. At the end of the day, we don't even need to go through all of this. It is purely political. It is ridiculous. It makes no sense. And again, it is how this government continues to drive division amongst the people. It is how this government continues to push the poor governance. It is how they continue to treat the Liberian people like second-class citizens because they're not seditions. And this is wrong. It is not about Mr. Cummings. It is not about the CPP. It is about the fact that we're citizens of this country and we have the right to use these facilities when we follow the process, when we make the payments, when we secure the property, and we have the right to use it. And nobody will take that right away from us. So I think the minister should be ashamed of himself for coming on here tonight and justifying this violation of constitutional rights, for justifying this breach of a contractor agreement. You don't have to write a contract to have an agreement. By virtue of giving an invoice and making payments and getting the receipt, a contract was made, and this government has the responsibility to abide by the contract and to ensure that citizens exercise their right, void of politics, void of personal feelings, void of how they feel about the opposition, Mr. Cummings. And come December 17, 2022, the thousands of Liberians who are tired of the suffering will be out under the We Are Tired Suffering rally at the SKD Stadium. Thank you.
That's the team. We Are Tired Suffering.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Kev?
When Mr. Cummings named his team, the team Cummings, some of us knew that the reason why Mr. Cummings named that team and pick certain people, because he wanted to transform the ANC as a party of thugs. That's why he wanted to transform the ANC as a party of thugs. Because if they disagree, they can go to court, and the court will decide. They have enough time. They can go tomorrow morning to the court. Let's use the process. Solomon, you said it. You said if it happens, there's a legal proceeding yet. So if they do, you can go to court and people win the case, right? You said it. But because Mr. Cummings hire thugs, so they deciding to go and break down the gate. Malu said, we will respect the law. But the ANC will not respect the law, because there's a reason why he got those people like Louis Brown, Dana Che. He hired those people, put them on his team. Matter of fact, make them the face of ANC. He took a lot of thugs and make them the face of ANC. So you see what they're saying? They're not saying we will go to court and we will prove that we do have a right. They're not saying they will challenge the system. What they are saying, we will go there and we will fight, we will disrupt, we will cause chaos. Honorable Larry Yankwe talk about interim government. You think it's a mistake? You think it's a mistake that Larry Yankwe on our show talking about interim government? It's not a mistake. The ANC want to cause confusion in the country, thinking that that's the pathway to Mr. Cummings. That the American will say Mr. Cummings rule that country until. So that's the pathway, because they don't have numbers. But evidence of our poll today, our polls today, are evidence of the Spoon Network polls today in Central Monrovia. Everybody, John Money, we are first. Second, JMB, nowhere to be found called ANC. What they want to do, commit chaos, hire thugs to bring Liberia down to her knees. That's what they want to do. Let me hear the ANC people saying, let's go to court. Let's go. We'll take the government to court. Test the system. Test the system. Go to court. Sue the ministry. Sue the government. If you get a ruling, go and do your protest. But you know what they're saying? No, we're not going to court. We will go down there, we'll take our thugs, and we will go against the law. Even when the minister said Mr. Cummings will respect the law, the ANC said no, he will not respect the law. So my people, let's listen. Let's listen. Let's listen. Don't just listen to what they are saying. Listen to what they are not saying. What they are not telling the people, we want to bring Liberia down to her knees because that's the only way we have a pathway. Like the same way they destroy the CPP. Tamper with the document. That's the same method. By any means necessary. By any means necessary. That's the motto of the ANC. By any means necessary. We will rule that country. We will bring sanctions. We will lie. We will lie to the people. We will do everything.
Yes.
But the thuggish life of the ANC will not prevail. Liberia is a country of law. If they want to bring back this country and wreck this country, the people will not accept it. I know JMB will not do that. I know Job Manawia will not do that. But why is the ANC the only pathway? Larry Yankweh said it. He said it on our show.
We got 10 minutes
Thank
each.
you.
But thank you, CEO, for giving me the time. The thuggish life will not prevail.
Thank you, Kev. It's Fagon, right? Minister, please.
Well, thank you. I hope I have my 10 minutes, but I will try to make it 3. Zoga Wilson said here tonight, Fagon is terrorizing sedition, to that effect, you know. But, you know, people like Zoga, they are the ones we call the Creditian. And I will define that at a later date. The Constitution in Article 17. First, let me start with what Kev tried to sell the Liberian people. When he said, Molu said, we are the respecter of the law. My chairman said we are the respecters of the law because, as corroborated by Zoga Wilson, they were in a discussion with Zoga. They were in a discussion with Zoga for use of the stadium. And to his surprise, yesterday he saw the press release. And you know who said that true? Zoga came and said, yes, it's true. Up to yes, I was discussing with them when I left the country. So Molu says he's a respecter of the law because Molu was negotiating. CPP is not negotiating. They're done with negotiation. They pay their monies. They were granted the facility. So they did respect the law. It is Zoga Wilson, part of the CDC, that wants to break the law. So let me tell you what the law says. In Article 17, the law gave these people the right to peacefully assemble, not a privilege. It is a fundamental right. And the law says to do this, you must inform the government. They inform the Justice Ministry. The law in Article 2 does not only say, I'm giving you references, that the Supreme Court is the final arbiter of justice, but in Article 2, it says any laws, treaties, statutes, decrees, customs, and regulations, which Zoga is trying to do to regulate them, okay, that is found to be inconsistent with the Constitution, to the extent of the inconsistency, shall be deemed void. That word regulation. Let me push you further to let you know that all Liberians are equal in the sight of the law. And if you can give the basketball court, which is outside, the amputee field, all the SSR clubs that go there, the Pinsville Old Timers, you can give it to CPP too. It is a facility for Liberians. And just so you know, because I don't want to keep everybody, I reference you to Article 77 of the Constitution. Since the essence, and I'm reading for you, Kev, and the credentials, since the essence of democracy is free competition of ideas expressed by political parties and political groups, as well as by individuals, parties may freely be established to advocate the political opinions of the people. Here is where it becomes interesting, Kev. Laws, same as I said to you in Article 2, the word comes back again. Regulations, decrees, or measures which must have the effect of creating a one-party state shall be declared unconstitutional. Article 77. You want to create a regulation that will make our country a one-party state, that you can negotiate with CDC, and then you leave the country. And then when you negotiate and seal the deal with CPP, then you say no. Then you come on Stanton's television that he paid too much money for and say, you brag. I am a sedition, drawing the line between you and the CPP people. But let me say this to you finally in my closing, my dear brother. Eugene Fagon dealt for almost 4 years with all the protests. Eugene Fagon did not run from it. He let them have the protests. He let them present the petition, and he counter-argued it. And for 4 years, this was my job. If you don't have people to do your job, tell Zoga then I think he should cease fire or resign. Because people cannot be paying $1,500 to use the outside of the stadium. People cannot be renting gym. People cannot be paying. Then one group come, you say no, they can't use it because you are afraid of protests. You saw all the protests I had to deal with, more than 150 of them. Did I die? Did the government perish? If these people have their protests, will you die? Is this protest bigger than June 7? Is it bigger than the $16 billion protest? Is it bigger than the $25 million mop-up? When you see me on this program, dealing with you guys is to show you guys, especially the hijackers of the revolution, that you all are nothing but a bunch of cowards. I suggest that you let the CPP go ahead and have their rally and use your propaganda machinery to counter their points. You got 17 days to do it, beginning now. But the reason why you can't do it is because there are people making $45 a month. That you gave $11 million to make sure that rice was sold. For how much? $13. It wound up being sold for $30. The reason why you can't do it is because you're struggling to provide security for those little girls that are raped, for those women that are battered. The reason why you can't do it is because the hardship created in the country under our administration. In the eyes of the people, they are singing praises for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. And everything they are saying, you cannot counter it. That's why you want to stop them. Ellen time, gas was $3.50. Jowiata, gas is 5.20. Ellington, rice was 15. Jowiata, rice is how much? Ellington, the budget was 500 million plus. People were making 900. Joshua time, the budget is 800 million almost. And people are now, who were making 900, are now making 200. How do you explain that? But when you don't have a person that can debate your case, then you turn to draconian regulations to subvert and to make them feel like they're not Liberians. My friend, I did it for 4 years. Your government can do it. Let the people have their rally. And let me tell you this, it is a constitutional right. They have informed the Justice Ministry. And that, my friend, is the law. They've obeyed everything. Let them have their protests and get your machinery into place. I respectfully submit on that note. Thank you very much.
Eugene, let me forget, we want to say thanks a lot for the wonderful program. I have done my closing. I wish everyone well. Thank you for being so patient. Thank you for being so patient. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Thank you for being so patient, for hanging along with us. A lot of you can find us on Super TV, TV in the country, the terrestrial TV, and you can find us on our Super TV live on Facebook. Fabric TV live on Facebook. Fabric FM. Spoon TV live on Facebook. Spoon TV FM. We're doing everything possible to draw in the crowd every night. We want to say thanks to Eugene Facon for the addition. Whenever that Richardson or one of our female going to have some other engagement, we ask Salamatu to join us when she can. We want to say thanks to Anthony Morales Yakula, very, very eloquent in what she believes in. Thanks to the guys that have been holding the ground with me. St. Thomas George, T-Body, Kev Hassan. Again, as I said, Ben is again, as I said, Ben Sanvi taking a few days off because he has to do some exam. Educational exam now. So he will be back next week. Also, I would like to announce, and we're going to meet after the show. We'll be calling Mariah if you can join in. Call Dr. Richardson and the rest of the things concerning our brother Isaac Doe, to have some full conversation with him. We want to rotate this. Okay. As you see, yeah, he's okay. Talking about coming back, But I want to announce it openly because we'll be discussing it. As we now going into this thing, more members coming in. You get CDC, you get CDC Fagon, CDC Tuman George, CDC Kev Hassan.
No.
Becky, Kev, let me do my closing. Kev,
you're not CDC. I keep telling you, you're not CDC.
You're not. Kev, don't do this.
You don't know about CDC.
Kev, please,
we are sharing.
Don't do this. I beg you. Let me do my closing. Don't interrupt me.
CDC, no, we can act on the show where we from.
Come on, can I finish it? Way past the time.
We are
Kev, call them any way you want to call them. Kev, do not. But Kev, I think you're all alive, my brother. Don't interrupt me, please. You don't tell someone whether they are CDC or they are not.
I know them.
No. By your fruit, you are. We are sharing. You are not CDC.
You know what?
Listen, Kev. Too many play wait. I beg you. Too many just wait. It is not so right that you interrupt, Kev. Please, we gotta go home.
I see your people interrupt.
You can Kev, call them and let them know if they are not sedition. Call them. But let me make my point, please.
I want to let the open.
No. But
are you a righteous sedition? Show me.
I'm saying to you, these guys, they were there before you were born. As a we are sharing, they were there. They were in the trenches. They know about CDC.
But
you do not have any card. You do not have any card to say your sedition. So we shouldn't make this about you or about CDC.
No,
Don't do
They are
this.
not. They are not
But Kev, that's your
seditious.
business.
The man say you don't understand the CDC and the 2 million CDC.
Well,
Well, Matthew, you see what I can get. You see what I can go through, right? I start closing. Immediately I start closing. Kev, something spike Kev. But let me say this concerning the LDC. I'm going to hold my breath on that one. I won't be too fast to say congratulations to Captain and his team, because we have heard this story before. I will wait when I see lights in the city and everything going fine, then I will celebrate the government. But right now, I will hold my peace. We were happy when we received the $11 million given for rest. Up to now, that's another story. We were happy when they were celebrating other things in the country. I don't want to go there, but now it's another story. So we'll wait. If they deliver the coin and our people are satisfied, we will praise them on that day. But right now, I will not praise them. Again, I will say to my brother, St. Thomas and George, to my brother, Eugene Fagon, Kev Hassan, to me, these are the three sedition. Somebody may be on the fence. So Dr. Peabody, I don't know which party he belongs to. Ben Senvi is Liberty Party. I belong to no political party. Moriah is ANC. Dr. Richardson is ANC. Huh?
CPP.
Moriah is CPP. Dr. Richardson is CPP. Salamatu, which people belong to?
I am CPP.
I
know, wait, no, let me address Kev, because Kev let two people all
We talk
me
about
and you ain't never I beg you.
Salmatu.
Oh, wait a minute. Kev.
The whole country are ANC.
Yes, yeah. I am a Liberty Party partisan who is now part of the CPP. Is that good enough for you, Kev?
That comments.
So, but I'll bring it back. The show is over. What are you going to do? Man?
I got Kev say.
Oh my God.
I will see you the weekend, Salmatu. I will see you the weekend. I will thank you.
Thank you. I say again.
You see, I was attacking on the wall at the end of the show.
You're treading dangerously now.
Let me say something. I want to say I took a small break because I've been trying to avoid this show, and every time I'm not even in my office that I can look at my computer. So, a project management professional test and a small test. So it's one of those hard tests. But let me say this. I was laughing because I actually took a break and I was listening to Zoga Wilson. And I was laughing because I said to myself, how in the hell in the world Zoga Wilson would come on the show and give the kind of excuses that he was giving? It is clean cut. Look, the government got a little jittery. I think that's what happened, right? They got a little jittery. There's a lot of angst and a lot of tension in the country. And so I think, it would be a good excuse to say, oh, don't use the field, right? But they're not asking to use the field, though. They're asking to use outside, at the Cairo, pretty much. So maybe what ANC needs to do, what the CPP needs to do, maybe we need to get some porta parties. I think you used to work at MCC, Moriah. I'm sure they said that. Oh, yeah, Jerry, remember that. So but no, it was just funny because the funny thing though, you know what's fascinating about this, and I will say this, and that's why I felt like I had to say something about it, because this is exactly what the CDC complained about during the Unity Party's time. The Unity Party used to do this a lot. The Unity Party government used to do this a lot. They used to play small games, Oh no, I remember one time somebody wanted to use the ATS. They said, oh, the ATS almost cracking. And the ATS had never cracked before. So I think what Fagon said it's something that governments do, right? They tend to play these little political.
So, but let me ask you a question, because you've been away for almost 3 years now. So thank you for coming back. After how long you will still go again? Let me ask you a quick question, bro. What if?
Yeah.
What if CPP say we're going to use this place? You can say what you want to say. And then the government put Liberia National Police all around the studio. Then what?
What I think is going to happen, and listen, I listened to Louis Brown today, and I was just like, oh my God,
You know, he went for the jugular when he. I mean, there's a point when
yeah, that's on the show. Not to interrupt you. I called Louis Brown. Louis Brown said they will do it. He said, he said even if Mr. Comey Sterling said no, he will not listen. That's what Louis Brown said.
I think what's going to happen is this. This is what I think what's going to happen. I think they will attempt to assemble. I think there will be heavy police presence, and I think in the end, you know, I don't think any violence will happen. I don't believe that. I don't think the ANC or the CPP or any of those leaders will encourage violence. But I think they will attempt to.
Do you want them to go for it though? Do you want them to assemble?
I don't think they should deny them the
not what they should do, but do you want the CPP to assemble?
It is their right. Listen, let me say this. I have been on this show and
we are not saying it's not the right. What I'm saying, we are not saying it's not the right.
Yes.
But listen now, Louis Brown told me, right? I was driving from work. He said, Stanton, we will go there. Even if the political leader tells us no, I will lead them there. One,
Stanton, you know,
if the Liberian government put Liberian National Police around, can we come to a common ground?
Look,
can I provide information?
Two things are going to happen. Two things are going to happen. I think there will be a compromise. They will reach an agreement. They will engage. I think, and it depends on how the both parties push it. I think it's more on the CPP than on the government, right? The second thing here is I have been on this show.
Jones tomorrow, man. Remember, take off for your study, Jones tomorrow. Listen, it's 12:30 in the city. My picking got to go.
I know. Just 1 second. Let me end on this note. I just want to end on this note. I have been on this show and on this record, and I've consistently said that the right to assemble is enshrined in the Constitution. In fact, there is this notion out there that people should ask the government for permission. People don't ask for permission. You inform the government because the government has to provide you security, because where your right ends is where the other person's right begin. But there's nothing the Constitution say or any law that say you got to go beg the government to say, you come let me protest or you let me assemble. Peaceful assembly is a right enshrined in the Constitution. What the onus is on you to make sure that your people you are assembling, you the leader, that they are peaceful and that they obey the laws. And so that's why I say, I think
you'll join us tomorrow if you can.
Let me give this 10-second information, please.
Real quick, Fago, real quick.
But the CDC government should not be denying anybody from protesting.
Listen, here is why I said that I was never going to allow Zoga. Because when you apply, when you write the Ministry of Justice, informing them that you are about to stage a protest, peaceful, whatever, I worked in the government, this is what we do. If Zoga don't know, we invite the group that wants to stage their stuff. And the last one we had was at Belekasa. That's where we met the group. We go there with the police director. I am there. The Justice Ministry people are there. Most time the minister like to be there. And then we ask you how many people you expect to be in your protest. From there, we ask you, what route will you be using? Because we have to make sure traffic going. From there, we ask you, would you require ambulances and what have you? We do all of this. And if we feel that you will be using a route that we don't want you to take, we negotiate right there. To reroute, like Now Street, to come down to Old Maternity Center, their bypass. We negotiate. And I think what Zoga would have done, or I'm not going to allow himself, I'm going to say, don't talk. Then we're going to say, okay, we acknowledge receipt of the letter also to the Justice Ministry. The Justice Ministry will call the parties and we'll sit down and have a discussion and we'll see whether it's feasible. Because if you have a demonstration outside the SKD Sports Complex with a number of persons that we're talking about, that means traffic towards time is done. You use the
Thank you very much, guys. And I think to be continued more is very interesting.
I hear they say the government is trying to reach out to you to get that job back. You seem to be
very, very interesting conversation.
I hear they say you may be hearing from the government more.
We want to say very interesting conversation. Thank you very much, guys. It's good having every one of you. Salam Matthew, thank you very much. We hope to see you so often. We wish you well. That's the feedback. You just Cole.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Cole. My man, you said Mariah was your friend. Now you leaving Mariah right on the show. Right on the show.
You want to call
No, no.
Now, I must admit that this show, I must admit that Kev has been a little lonely on this show.
Yeah. Fagon didn't say I a friend. Fagon said he loves me. That's what I'm the friend.
Oh, okay.
You know, I will end on this note. Let me end on this note. Let me end on this note. You know what I love? I love how Liberian politics is very, very interesting. Imagine Mariah and Fagon talking about love in each other. Just imagine that. That's the beauty.
Fagon said it on the show, and Fagon said he loved Mariah. He showed his girlfriend picture, and he will wish her a happy birthday. Now he gets Salamatu. That he telling Kev not to talk to Salamatu. I'm getting confused here.
No, because
your suspension letter is in the mail coming for you, brother.
For who? For who? Who is the suspension letter coming from?
For Fagon. I'm
working for your network. Kev, go call me the next talking about. Why you go tell Mariah you love her?
Tell me why you giving Kev out of her?
Let me come in and
wait, he actually call you and told you that?
They may come in and then wait till Mariah say he loves.
No, but you know, you gotta understand. Kev and Mariah has a very unique relationship. People don't know that. He takes it very, as all that fighting they can do on this show, they have a very unique relationship. So I think he was thinking that he was trying to take his space.
With my son.
Oh, they break up.
What happened? What was that?
No, that's okay. Ben bye. Ben bye. See you, man. You want to create problem. All right, guys. Let's go. I'll see you guys later. Don't worry.
Go.
Kev just saying that like
Time is fast spent. For and on behalf of the management and staff of this noble institution, Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5. Of course, Spoon Group of Companies. My name is Rufus Devon Cannon. Many thanks to all of you who followed. James Goodefloma is on the other end. We love to